यदि विचार गर्नु यस्तो गरेर एउटा कहिले दिनु हुन्न, काहीँ नदिनु, यसरी दिनु, यस्तो गर्नु हो त्यसरी।
Zo onze tempelkamer hier. Ja, vroeger waren dat 2 kamers en de ene grote kamer van gemaakt. Dan is dat altaar hier geplaatst geweest. Dat is vol marmer allemaal. Kom uit Italië. En dan waren 2 Italiaanse architecten die ook toegewezen waren. Die hebben dat dan zelf ontworpen. De zaken wordt om 4:30 komt weer te samen. Want als je vrolijk, dan kom je op te zingen. Zingen en dansen. Elke dag is het ook compleet anders. Ze hebben nu in de tussentijd nog een goede 200 van die kostuums. En 's morgens en 's avonds krijgen ze andere medailles. Komt die decors achteraan veranderen en die bloemenslingers die worden elke dag gemaakt van verse bloemen. Misschien heb je wakker, maar alles wordt met liefde gedaan natuurlijk. Op het midden is de altaar van de Krishna en naast Krishna staat Hare. Hare Krsna. Hare, vrouwelijk, en dat is de liefdesenergie. Puur de liefdesvrouwelijk. God is mannelijk, maar tezamen vormen ze één geheel. Dus God is mannelijk en vrouwelijk. Dat was 5000 jaar geleden een woord in Indië, in Noord-Indië. En daar rechts, die originele geurgezalten staan nog altijd in Zuid-Indië, ook al meer dan 5000 jaar. En die met zijn zwart gezicht is ook Krishna, met zijn broer en de zus in het midden. En die broer noemt Rama. En Rama is de vreugdesine, die is altijd vrolijk. En dan hebben we links nog een keer Krishna met zijn broer, maar die is nog een keer teruggekeerd in 1486 geboren in Bengalen. En dan heeft hij een Hans en de voet al zingend en al dansen. En ons terug die mantra bezorgd. Want die was verloren geraakt in de tijd. Die zingen we constant, of via veel, ook nog andere mantra's ook nog. Via veel en ook onze persoonlijke meditatie, en zoek op die mantra. En dat snoer staat er nog zoals uit. Maar hier staan er wel 108 kralen op. En op iedere kraal gaan we een mantra geweest. Hare Krsna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 108 keer. En de mensen die een belofte zacht gelegd hebben, die hebben beloofd om 16 van de rondjes te reciteren op de dag. Dat is voor mij persoonlijk toch weer naar voren. Wat verweer ik niet, maar gevraagd op hem. Er wordt eraan gezegd, komt het simpelweg naar de mensen. Niet scherp in naar binnen kwam, was het met een motto van 18 op daar. Maar die motto is wel waar naartoe. Ik heb iets anders gevonden dan dat weer net is. Ik had er allemaal om gezien. Toen zijn we als het nog niet begonnen was, maar een man of zelfs een baas zei, kom ik aan zien. En dan zei hij, je bent veranderd, ik weet niet wat je doet, maar als je dit doet, gaat het. Dat is rustig, ook allemaal met de stress, ga ik de job beter doen, automatisch aanzetten. Dus morgens, als we komen in de nachtkliniek, zijn ze nog, en om 4:45 gordijnen dicht, en gaan de priester zitten dat in exact 2 uur de tijd om alles te lezen. En alles thuis wordt gedaan door 5 priesters. Maar het zijn ook vrouwen, hè. Dus man en vrouw zijn geen kwaad. En die aan het morgen zijn meestal vrouwen die aan het al een beetje die natuur om een mooie andere te doen. En dan is er nog een lezing tot 9 uur. En dan krijgen we toch wat er nog is tijd op de hand te krijgen. En ik een makkelijk per dag. Dat is eerst wel al de mensen. Dat is morgens aan 9 uur en smiddags 1:30, 2 uur. En s'avonds nog wat halen en dat zit. En als we s'avonds nog eten en ik heb toch weer bed, dan gaan we niet slapen zoals het hoort. Ik ga de last van 18 uur. Maar het was zondag en elke dag is het. Wat wel dan weer. Ja, jullie zijn toch niet altijd zo stil zitten. Ogen is rustig. foto's, hè. Die allemaal mensen gaan ze stichten, maar die gaan ook een geestelijke leraar. En zijn leraar had ook een leraar. En zo gaan we terug in de tijd dat we terecht komen bij Krishna. En mijn geestelijke leraar was dan een leerling van onze stichting. Als je maar kijkt al. En moeder de goede helle moeder, want die heeft maken onze kinderen groot brengen. Dus dat is mijn tweede moeder. Wat is gebeurd? Ja, maar anders dan de maatschappij natuurlijk. Bruins was klei, gewoon gebakken. Als een bal is een stukje. En dat is leer. Leer aan vegetariërs. Maar dat is wel halal koosdier. Dat vinden nergens in Europa. Dat wordt gemaakt doordat Krishna geboren is en iedereen is dan nog altijd vegetariër. Als er daar een toestaat op een natuurlijke manier dan mogen staan. En daar wordt verbranden aan eten van de anders. Zoals de mensen nog hebben. Ik kan jullie wel gewoon de maat aan te geven. Dat is eigenlijk de gewoonte dat ik heb dezelfde zin aansluit aan zijn. Dat is niet moeilijk, hè? Dat is de tekst. En nog geen schukken, ik kan niet zeggen. Dus je hebt geen excuus om niet mee te gaan. Geslaagd. En nog een aantal van onze stichten bij de stad brengen. Ik vind dat er is een aantal. Dus er wordt ook gekocht voor Krishna, hebben we straks gezegd. En hier op het altaar ligt de 6 maal gebracht en dat een altijd. En de rest is dan brood. Dat is een kleine hoeveelheid ook, maar dat wordt wel een deel van de brood. Alles vegetarisch natuurlijk.
Nee, dat kan je niet aan leven. Maar dan zit je wel in de
Er staan camera's voor de mensen die thuis wonen. Die kunnen naar de diensten doen op thuis zijn. En dat is dan de reason voor deze morgen in die stad. En er wordt meer gezongen. En dat is Bengal. Dat is een boek die later geschreven geweest is in het leven van Roodse Tanden in de staat. En dat is Bengal en de rest van de Nieuwe Testament zelf. Dat is ook prachtig in die grond, met die mannetjes. Dus alles is hier ook zoveel mogelijk als je hier in het leven. Zo, we hebben ook nog een museum van schuimken boven de batterij. Dat kan ik nog even ook naar jullie doen. Jullie moeten dan de schoen terug gaan doen. Dat is ook hier achter. Die buurt dan. Dat is daarom dan.
తెలుగు నిదాన తెలుగు నాకు అంటే మాస్క్ మీద
इसी में बात करते थे
अच्छा से बात कर क्या हुआ नहीं मुझे God bless me. smell the incense.
Oh,
The incense.
I put the wrong hook up. Can you just push it? I don't have the strength to push it up. Push. Has it push up? Yeah. I suppose I put this one on. Can you put this one on for me? That has to come off first. That's for the other side. Oh, did you hear that? This should go. Yeah, perfect. Can't move it yet. If I was strong enough, I could probably put the other side of the head. I didn't have to
You
do
put
it.
the eggs if you were dependent on it.
Huh? Yeah, if there was, usually I do it when nobody around.
Hier, in je kast dan nog hier.
I mean, not in the immediate area, so. Just pull on that, yeah, thank you so much. I don't suppose you want to climb up here and change the backdrop, or?
Yeah, if you want.
I can find something else that, if you're a little uncomfortable, no problem, I'll find somebody
I'm
else.
not uncomfortable.
Huh?
I'm not uncomfortable.
Okay. You're not, okay, you're not uncomfortable then. Just hold on to, don't hold on to these things because they come out. Make sure you don't bang in the front part. Or bang your head up there, it's a whole thing. I was doing it for so many years. Look at the beautiful garments you make, isn't it?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, there's some of that.
Beautiful. This is also beautiful. I was looking at it. Really beautiful. Like this is possible.
This one was, this one point where you have to get up because,
Anywhere else?
yeah, because there's hooks. When you hand me this, I'll hand you the other one. Try not to punch it with your hands because I just ironed it. This one's.
You take it from that side? The
Yeah,
water is
just
not
drop it,
there. The water is down now.
No, I took it away. Just drop it there like that. Grab this by the middle, and then the other thing, you just have to take them off, you know what I mean?
Funny that you asked me because I also decorated the other stuff.
Oh, you're decorating. I just thought, I normally have to dress color on Tuesday, and manage, and I was supposed to, iron clothes, some other Chanting to do, and both days I didn't manage. So that's tomorrow is, Radhadesh is the original group. I have to do something today. So Krishna gave me a little energy. Kunja said this is the backdrop they're using for the deities tomorrow. So.
Yes, I know. They showed me.
Huh?
They showed me the outfit and the backdrop. So this is the one.
Thank you so much. I'm much obliged. The classes are nice that he's giving, yeah?
Yeah.
Really?
It's a bit difficult in English.
Difficult?
Like Shamananda.
Oh, because of the English.
Difficult to follow.
That's
It's a
moving.
little bit more easy than Shamananda.
Yes, but Shomlan has such an accent and he slows the words.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Just leave like that, that's good, perfect. And I'll push him in. The closer he is to me, the easier it is for me to trust him.
So,
Thank you so much.
thank you so much.
I closed the windows, but just temporarily until I finish dressing.
was yesterday in the
Oh, is it Harinam and Brussels today?
No, the program. So he was in Harinam, then he gave lecture yesterday.
I'm getting so deaf.
Yesterday he went to the Harinam,
Yeah, so I was.
then he went to he did the program here in the afternoon.
Oh, there was
Then
a
he gave the class, now he is in Brussels, in the temple, then he gives a class.
This is Radhadesh. Oh, he's doing all of those things?
And tomorrow morning he gives class and then in the evening again.
I hope he's helpful today, sir.
He looks inspired, so.
He looks a little tired.
He looks inspired, so
Okay.
he's not tired.
Okay. Like by Sheshika, he always looks inspired, but he also always looks tired.
Yeah?
You listen to him sometimes? You see, he always looks a little tired, but completely fired up. It's an amazing combination.
Yeah.
Amazing combination. And this closing, maybe I should, I still want probably to get full, but it'll make something of it.
Zijn jullie wel eens in de tempel geweest?
Nee.
Nee.
Ja, ik wel in de Thaise tempel, maar niet
Boeddhistische.
Ja.
Dit is een Hindoestaanse.
Oh ja, dat is anders inderdaad.
Ja.
Dat was boeddhistisch, ja.
Ja, in de Hindoestaanse tempels heb je of Krishna of je hebt Shiva of alle andere beelden. We kunnen wel iets dichterbij. In boeddhistische tempels heb je natuurlijk de Boeddha.
Ja, en dan mag je ook niet meer je voeten van naartoe wijzen. Is dat hier ook?
Ja, dat is bij alle tempels.
Ja.
Ja, in het algemeen naar beelden mag je niet op met je voeten.
Ja.
Uit respect.
Dat is zo.
Voor het boven.
Ja.
En wij vereren Krishna als je Krishna, die linker is Krishna en Radharani, dat is zijn vrouw. Als je die in een tempel ziet, dan zijn het Krishna-tempels. Dus het zijn vaak de beelden die in het midden staan, dat is de tempel dat wordt die beelden worden vereerd, zeg maar. En dit zijn nog andere incarnaties van Krishna in andere tijden. Want hij leefde 50.000 jaar geleden in India. Toen was hij ook echt op aarde. De aarde is op aarde in India. Dus wij vereren Krishna. En we hebben daar de guru-lijn staan, zeg maar. Dus dat is de laatste guru geweest. Die heeft zeg maar Krishna bewustzijn ook naar Europa gebracht en naar Amerika gebracht. Vanuit India.
Ja.
En het gaat dat is weer de guru van de guru en het gaat zo door totdat je bij Krishna uitkomt.
Ja.
Krishna heeft het zelf doorgegeven.
Ja.
Dus het is een hele sterke lijn van meesters.
Ja.
En wij vereren deze planten, dat zijn de heiligste planten van waar je denkt dat die groeien op de aarde. Dat zijn tulsi planten en doen wij 's ochtends vroeg ceremonies voor.
Jullie wonen in de tempel?
Ja, wij wonen hier, ik woon al.
Oké.
Hier op het erf wonen iets van 150 mensen.
Oh.
En dit is een tempelgebouw, zeg maar. Daar wonen hierboven wonen morgen. Dat zijn er iets van 50. Ja, best wel veel.
Ik wist niet dat wat er überhaupt hier was.
Het is een heel groot monastery dat is.
Ja.
Een soort van klooster iets. Maar dan, dat zeg je meer voor de katholieke mensen.
Ja.
Kloosters, maar dit is gewoon een tempel.
Ja.
Met een ashram erbij. Als er een ashram bij is, dan wonen de mensen erbij. We hebben een guesthouse en hotel hier. We hebben eigen tuin en we hebben koeien. We hebben ook spelbomen staan voorzien.
Nou, dat zag ik weer van bij de ingang inderdaad. Ja. Zelf zelf gezien dus inderdaad met kassen en zo.
Ja, precies. Ja. Dus 's ochtends hebben we hier diensten en door gedurende de hele dag ontvangen we mensen.
Ja.
Om 7 uur is er weer een dienst van een half uur zingen we voor Krishna ook. En dan vanavond om 8:15, dan zingen ze op het mantra's.
Ja.
Het is altijd open voor iedereen. De tempel is sowieso altijd open voor iedereen. Ze zijn elke dag open. Ze zijn nooit gesloten. Maar zondag hebben we altijd extra bezoekers omdat we natuurlijk ook vlak bij de dienst zitten. Toeristisch. Gebied. En elke dag geven we ze een nieuwe kleding aan, 's ochtends. Om 6:15 is de dagopening, dan kan je het voor het eerst zien, dan gaat het altijd voor het eerst open.
Ja.
En 's avonds doen we alle bloemen af en we maken elke dag bloemenkransen. Ik ben ook een nieuwe bloemenkransen aan het maken. Ze hebben allemaal verse bloemenkransen, elke dag.
Dan krijgen alle poppen nieuwe kleren aan.
Ja, 's ochtends. Ja, en 's avonds weer. Dan krijgen ze meer wat comfortabele kleding aan. En dan morgen weer het andere. Ze hebben heel veel verschillende, ze hebben meer dan 100 outfits.
Oh.
Dus, ja, wel verschillende kleuren. Ook, het hangt ook af van de stand van de planeet en welke kleuren ze dragen. Het is allemaal Vedisch uit. Morgen is weer een andere kleur. Het hangt met elkaar samen. Ook hangt af van de stand van de maan en de zon.
Ja.
Dus als ze morgenochtend gaan ze dan vanavond verkleden ze weer en dan morgenochtend weer. Dus al die outfits hebben ze 800 dagen achter elkaar hebben ze dan verschillende outfits aan. En dan zingen dus altijd deze mantra. Dat is ze zeggen dat deze mantra de hoogste frequentie heeft van alle mantras die je hebt. Deze wereld. En als je die veel zingt, dan kan je zeg maar het hart zuiveren. En wij hebben ook de japa-meditatie, dus we zeggen we ook een mantra op voor onszelf. Dat is onze meditatie. Dus we zingen het met z'n allen, maar als we het alleen doen, dan doen we het op onze kranen. En dan zeggen we per kraan, zeggen we een mantra op. En dan zeggen we, in de Vedische geschriften staan dus dat je van het hart kan uitzuiveren als je dat regelmatig doet. Ja, als je het samen doet, is het vaak krachtiger, net als meditatie. Je hebt wel eens meditatie gedaan.
Ja.
Als je dat samen doet, dan voel je er ook meer van.
Ja, klopt. Ja, met yoga.
Maar dan ken je deze mantra waarschijnlijk ook wel, toch? Van
Nee,
yoga.
ja,
Hij wordt wel veel
gezongen
ook.
Nee, heb ik niet gedaan. Dat was Hatha yoga en power yoga was dat. Dus dat was een heel deze half weer dat je had dat een Indonesische vrouw. En dat was wel anders dan bij het Nederlands.
Ja? Want dit is een algemene mantra. In de hele wereld wordt gezongen.
Maar dat werd niet gedaan.
Wij praktiseren Bhakti yoga, dus dat is verschillende soorten van yoga. Stanga yoga, yoga. Op een gegeven moment zeggen ze, je komt uit bij Bhakti yoga. Dat is ook het ontwikkelen voor de liefde van God. En dan kan je al die yoga stromingen voor gebruiken. Om op een gegeven moment tot Bhakti yoga te komen. En brengt je uiteindelijk, al die stromingen brengen je steeds verder. Meer naar het. Dat kan bezig zijn met zelfrealisatie. Hoe je weer natuurlijk kan worden. Dat is eigenlijk het doel, dat je weer terug naar je natuurlijke staat. Dat is niet. Wat deden ze dan?
Ja, gewoon een meditatie zeg maar, dan moest je ook iets doen en dan vertelde zij je van zo en dan moest je naar bepaalde situaties begeven of naar een bepaalde locatie.
Oh, visualisatie.
Ja, ja. En naar bepaalde geluiden op bijvoorbeeld aan het strand of in een bos.
Oh ja, dat zijn ook dingen natuurlijk om meer van jezelf te komen.
Ja, ja, op je adem.
Rustiger. En als we dansen gebruiken we veel instrumenten, de trommel, de madonna gebruiken we, kartels, de muziek, een klein harmonium.
Ja.
Dus mocht je nog een keer in de buurt zijn, het altijd wel. Het is een hele mooie plek. We worden ook retreats gehouden hier in het centrum. We hebben heel veel samen van buren. Yoga samen, wat ook veel yoga.
Oh ja. Het is ook wel mooi als er zoveel mensen zeg maar heel erg geloven en zo staan.
Ja, maar het is niet alleen maar van wat wij doen, ook mensen die gewoon ruimtes huren, altijd komen, of een weekendje komen in het hotel.
Ja, er is ook altijd van die yoga weekenden en zo.
Ja, van die bierdansweekenden met dansen, met meditatie.
Ja. Heb je het gezien?
Ja.
Ja?
Oh, mooi.
Ja, het is heel mooi. Er wordt heel veel zorg aan besteed.
Ja, dat heb je wel zien. Maar wat maak je ook een stukje met de hand?
Ja, grotendeels. Meestal kopen we de stof. En dan maken we natuurlijk alles op maat. Het allemaal verschillende maten zijn.
Ja.
Ja.
Morgen krijgen ze morgen hebben we een feestdag. Morgen krijgen ze een nieuw kostuum. Helemaal nieuw gemaakt.
Ja, en dan de achterkant ook.
Ja, de backdrops, alles soms ook nieuwe sieraden. Ja, een paar keer per jaar als we een speciale feestdag hebben. Ja.
Mooi.
Ja. Oké. Nou, veel plezier nog. Je kan nog een rondje lopen.
Ja, dat hebben we gedaan.
Oké.
Ja.
Dank hè.
Ja, fijne dag.
Dank.
zijn stopcontacten, maar en dat er vast over naast doen hebben.
Want is er eentje leeg? Kunnen we eentje gebruiken in contact?
Ik hoop het. Ik gebruik die eigenlijk nooit, dus zie ik niet echt door mijn ogen zijn.
Er zou wel iets aan de achterkant moeten zijn, toch?
Ja. Er is wel iets aan de achterkant, dat kan ook niet anders zijn, want het heeft er altijd een cd-speler aangesloten geweest. Juist.
Er moet wel iets zijn daar.
Ja.
Misschien moet ik toch even gaan kijken.
Maar als de, ja, ik weet niet hoeveel draad dat er aan is aan die lampjes. Hoeveel draad is er aan die
Nee,
lampjes?
niet zoveel, maar dat moet ik een haspel hebben.
Ja. Ja, en het winter wordt ook verwarmd, dus zal ik al aangesloten.
Verwarming?
Voor de deten zijn.
Gewoon een extra kacheltje.
Ja, of in de zomer afkoeling.
Met de?
In de zomer afkoeling.
En dan zetten ze een apparaat neer.
Ja, dat komt hier in dat gangscherm. Op het altaar.
Dus dat is ook wel ergens.
Dus dan dragen ze de stopcontact.
Nee, dus.
Krishna, il est apparu il y a 5000 ans, donc ça fait quand même pas mal de temps, mais il est réapparu plus récemment dans l'histoire, il y a seulement 500 ans, en Bengale, sous la forme de Chaitanya, qui sont frères de Chaitanya. Mais il n'est pas venu en tant que Dieu lui-même, il est venu comme un dévot de Dieu, pour nous montrer justement comment faire pour adorer Dieu. Et c'est lui qui a fondé la tradition spirituelle que nous suivons. Il s'est basé sur la musique classique, il n'a pas rejeté ou renié la musique classique, mais il a ajouté une dimension plus dévotionnelle, plus populaire, plus ouverte, il était contre le système des classes, etc. Donc il a permis beaucoup de gens pratiquer la spiritualité. Bien sûr, les prêtres de l'époque, les Brahmanas, ils n'étaient pas très contents parce qu'ils avaient cette exclusivité de la spiritualité, et lui, il a rendu ce plus souvent. Donc c'était un peu formateur en fait, et c'est lui qui a fondé la tradition que nous suivons. Et voilà, après sa disparition, le mouvement qui a commencé a été préservé par une succession de maîtres spirituels comme en bas. Et les derniers du côté gauche a été les premiers qui a quitté l'Inde pour aller aux États-Unis en 1965 pour partager cette tradition spirituelle. Et donc il a fondé l'association qui véhicule cette tradition spirituelle en Occident en 1966. Donc Prabhupada c'est le fondateur de l'association et Chaitanya c'est le fondateur de la tradition spirituelle. Mais je crois notre fondateur est plus connu que de lui-même, que Chaitanya. Par exemple, en Inde, notre fondateur est très très connu, pourquoi c'est notre mouvement très connu. L'année dernière, c'était le 125 anniversaire de sa naissance, et le ministre d'Inde et notre nation a donné les 125 prix à l'argent, avec un grand discours, etc. Parce qu'en Inde, notre mouvement et notre fondateur sont très 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 connus, c'est très populaire dans la société. Par contre, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, c'est moins connu, c'est plus connu par les experts, les érudits, les gens plus qui ont plus de connaissances. Mais Prabhupada, c'est tous les Indiens qui connaissent Prabhupada. Donc ça prend 2 heures à changer toutes les décorations qu'on voit sur la tête. Tous les vêtements que vous voyez, c'est des vêtements qu'on fait nous-mêmes. Nous changeons les habits 2 fois par jour, mais aussi on offre des nouveaux habits 5 ou 6 fois par an. Pour les fêtes religieuses, etc. On offre différents habits. Et donc les guirlandes, vous voyez, c'est toujours des vraies guirlandes. En été, des fleurs de l'Anna. En hiver, on va à Liège chercher des petites fleurs. Et les bijoux que vous voyez, qu'est-ce que vous pensez? Est-ce que vous pensez que c'est des vrais bijoux ou des faux bijoux? Ce ne sont pas de vrais bijoux. Pour 3 raisons principalement. D'abord parce que le fondateur de notre mouvement nous a conseillé de ne pas utiliser des vrais bijoux, pour ne pas être des voleurs, des jalousies, etc. Deuxièmement, c'est parce que notre tradition spirituelle ici à l'Occident, elle existe depuis 50 ans. Donc, nous n'attendons pas une Radhadesh qui vont venir dans le temple de Krishna pour offrir 1 million d'euros ou des colliers en terre. Mais si vous allez en Inde, cette tradition spirituelle existe depuis des milliers d'années. Il y a eu beaucoup de rois, de princes, des gens très riches qui ont offert une partie de leur richesse pour construire des temples, décorer des hôtels avec des vrais bijoux. Là-bas, il y a des vrais bijoux. Et la troisième raison la plus importante, c'est la fait parce que Dieu, Krishna, n'a pas besoin ni des vrais bijoux, ni des faux bijoux. Puisqu'il est Dieu, il possède déjà tout ce qui existe, il n'en manque rien, il est satisfait à rien. Mais ce qui regarde, ce n'est pas tellement la valeur des objets qu'on lui offre, mais c'est la dévotion, l'attitude avec laquelle on les offre. Donc tout ce qu'on fait sur la terre, le changement d'habits, les guirlandes, les cérémonies, les vêtements de nourriture, tout ce qu'on offre à Krishna, c'est pour lui offrir une attitude de dévotion, d'amour. Et nous, même comme des petits enfants, tout ce qu'on fait, c'est un significat sur Dieu.
Can I
Mais
ask
ce qui
you
n'est
a
pas un
question?
significat,
Can I take this down?
par exemple, si vous avez
I want to
des
take
enfants,
this down.
des
Can
petits-enfants,
you help me
ils
with
ont
this?
peut-être fait des dessins à l'école, ils vous l'ont apporté à la maison, ils vous l'ont fait avec beaucoup d'amour. C'est peut-être pas une Rembrandt, c'est pas un Picasso, mais c'est quand même aussi des dessins avec beaucoup d'amour. Les parents et les mamans, qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Ils vont la veille, etc. Parce que ce qu'ils font, c'est la dévotion, l'amour avec les enfants, ils vont faire un dessin. Donc, Dieu, c'est la même chose. Tout ce qu'on fait, c'est pas la valeur qui compte, mais c'est la dévotion. Donc, ça prend 2 heures à changer toutes les décorations sur le terre. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez à 4h30, on chante tous ensemble sur la salle de temple, pendant la cérémonie. Et qu'est-ce qu'on utilise des instruments traditionnels, comme le mridanga. C'est un tambour indien qui peut être fait avec du terre cuite, du métal ou de fiberglass, dans cette version moderne. On utilise des cymbales, qu'on appelle kartas, ça vient aussi de Bengale. chant dévotionnel. Il y a un autre instrument qu'on utilise, qui n'est pas indien, c'est inventé par un Parisien, mais il n'a pas eu beaucoup de succès à l'Europe. Mais c'est devenu l'instrument classique à l'Inde pour accompagner les chants dévotionnels, pas seulement pour les hindous, mais aussi pour les sikhs, pour les musulmans, pour les jains. C'est un instrument très 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 populaire en Inde, très courant. Et on peut l'utiliser soit en piano avec des notes, ou on peut l'utiliser aussi avec des accords pour accompagner différentes mélodies. Donc, je vais faire une petite démonstration d'une mélodie très simple, c'est pas un bon chanteur, et je ne connais pas trop bien comment jouer, mais juste pour vous montrer comment ça fonctionne. C'est un instrument qui est très, très utilisé pour les différents chants dévotionnels. Bien sûr, on chante beaucoup cette prière avec les chants, mais on a beaucoup d'autres chants, soit en bengali, soit en sanskrit, donc on a beaucoup de chants dévotionnels. Et donc à 5 heures du matin, quand la cérémonie est finie, les rideaux se referment, on chante la ligue, et à 7 heures du matin, les rideaux vont s'ouvrir encore une fois, et on chante tous ensemble. Mais pendant cette période de changement d'avis, qu'est-ce que vous pensez que les personnes font entre 5h et 7h du matin dans la salle de chant? C'est de très bonnes heures pour, pas pour aller shopping, pas pour travailler.
Pour méditer.
Voilà, c'est de très bonnes heures pour la méditation, la prière. Donc on a tous un sac comme ça, pour les dames, pour les messieurs. Et qu'est-ce qu'on fait? À l'intérieur, il y a un chapelet. Un chapelet qui a 5 litres. Chaque peuple de chacun récite le mantra, la prière qui écrit derrière nous. Donc je peux faire une petite démonstration. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Donc c'est une méditation à voix basse pour soi-même. Par contre, dans le chant, c'est pour tout le monde. Et donc c'est une méditation pas silencieuse, c'est ce qu'on appelle mantra meditation. Donc c'est une méditation avec mantra, avec sonore. Mantra, ça veut dire contrôler le mental, donc les chants, etc., c'est pour nous aider à apaiser le mental et focaliser sur les choses spirituelles. Donc ça prend 2 heures. Ceux qui sont initiés font des vœux et chanter 16 fois le tour de chapelet. Ceux qui ne sont pas initiés, il faut chanter 2 fois, 3 fois, ça dépend du temps qu'ils ont et des désirs qu'ils ont. Donc à 7 heures du matin, ils vont s'ouvrir, on va chanter tous ensemble de nouveau, et après une classe sur la philosophie qui se fait tous les jours. On met ce siège-là au milieu de la salle et on lit un verset de notre texte sacré qui est écrit derrière moi ici. Enfin, là, il n'y a rien aujourd'hui parce que c'est un jour de fête. Et à 9h15 du matin, c'est la fin du programme spirituel. Donc, tous les jours, entre 4h30 du matin et 9h15 du matin, il y a un programme spirituel à différentes cérémonies, différents chants, différentes activités. Et je vais vous parler un petit peu de notre fondateur. Dans tous nos temples, à travers le monde entier, il y a un endroit réservé pour notre fondateur. Et donc, au fondateur, il a une place très importante dans notre association. Et tous les jours, on chante une prière pour glorifier le maître spirituel pendant 15 minutes, en sanskrit. Et on lui offre des fleurs, c'est une cérémonie qu'on fait tous les jours, pour vous rappeler de ses contributions sur l'importance qu'il a pour notre association. Mais c'est aussi pour nous rappeler qu'il y a une différence pour nous très importante entre notre fondateur et Krishna. Krishna pour nous il est Dieu, et notre fondateur c'est un grand dévot de Dieu, un pur dévot de Dieu. Dans d'autres religions, on peut l'appeler prophète ou différents noms comme ça. Mais c'est pour faire la distinction. Parce que souvent dans beaucoup de religions, on a tendance à dire que le fondateur est Dieu. On équivaut Dieu et le fondateur d'une religion. Ce n'est pas le cas. C'est pour ça qu'il regarde Krishna, et comme ça, pendant des générations et des générations, il y aura cette différence et cette clarté. Je ne sais pas si vous avez des questions.
Comment de voir avec une bombe?
Ah oui, parce que dans notre religion, la ponctualité est très importante. Par exemple, pour les services dans les temples, les deux choses les plus importantes pour les cérémonies dans les temples, c'est la ponctualité et la propreté. Ponctualité et propreté. Donc les prêtres qui vont sur l'autel, ils doivent être à l'heure et ils doivent être très propres. Donc on ne peut pas offrir à Krishna, faire la cérémonie un jour à 9h, un jour à 9h30. Non, c'est tous les jours à telle heure, c'est l'offrande, c'est les cérémonies, les services, tout ça. C'est comme la messe. La messe est à telle heure. Voilà, une cloche pour signaler à tout le monde quand il est l'heure. Non, c'est pour ça qu'on a des montres. Il faut que regarde les montres. Ou les réveils, pour ça, les machins. Mais pour entrer dans la salle du temple, on utilise des fois la cloche, c'est pour annoncer notre arrivée. En général, c'est à l'extérieur du temple, si c'est l'intérieur. Quand on rentre dans un temple de Krishna, on sonne la cloche pour annoncer son arrivée. C'est un peu comme si vous allez rentrer dans, je sais pas, dans la chambre de roi ou au Premier ministre, avant de rentrer, vous allez frapper un petit peu dedans. Non, il y a certains qui travaillent, qui laissent leurs cheveux plus longs, qui ne s'habillent pas en habit indien ou révolutionnaire. Non, on ne peut pas. Ceux qui sont célibataires ou qui ont une fonction religieuse, qui sont, par exemple, moi je suis en train de présenter notre tradition, donc j'ai une fonction un peu spirituelle pour l'instant, je m'habille comme ça, mais par exemple si je travaille dans un autre domaine, je peux m'habiller facilement à l'habit occidental. Moi je viens de l'Amérique du Sud, donc j'ai des fonctions là-bas, je ne veux pas aller voir les ministres de la culture avec ce là parce que ça n'a rien à voir, je ne vais pas en tant que dévot de Krishna ou en tant que prêtre, je vais en tant que monsieur Taïwanais qui a telle activité. Donc le Premier ministre de la Belgique, pour être un dévot de Krishna, il n'a pas obligé à s'habiller comme nous, il peut s'habiller comme nous.
Yeah, I saw the temperature is 50 degrees. I mean, the continental heater. Not so hot.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Right. We made it back.
Wonderful.
stay if you want.
Move to others.
Subtle hint.
जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी जय जय राधा माधव जय कुंज बिहारी गोपी जना वल्लभा जय गिरिवरधारी जय गिरिवरधारी गोपी जना वल्लभा जय गिरिवरधारी जय गिरिवरधारी Yashodanandana Jai Praja Janaranjana Jayo Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Jai Praja Janaranjana Jayo Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Jayo Yamuna Tiravanachari Jayo Kunja Bihari Jayo Yamuna Tiravanachari Jayo Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Jai Shri Radha Gopinath Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Jai Shri Nityananda Ram Hari Bol Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Shri Radhe Hari Hari Bol Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladev Jaya Subhadra Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Hari Hari Bol Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Hari Bol Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Hari Bol His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai Nitai Go Pramanandi Hari Hari Bol Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam Krishna Chaitanya Ishwaram Paramananda Madhavam Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai. So let us begin. It is interesting because Lord Shri Krishna states in the Srimad Bhagavatam that when people in this world perform activities, sometimes they understand what they're doing, and sometimes they don't. Those who know what they're doing achieve success in their work, whereas ignorant people do not. So this is a principle. And Srila Prabhupada in that context says one shouldn't be a blind follower. Right? The systematic cultivation is not a sentimental or arbitrary process. We spoke about it as a science, and we need to progress along in a systematic and conscientious way. So in a morning walk I shared with you this quotation. It's very important. I read it again. Prabhupada said, they must know the science. If one does not chant in the process, then gradually it degrades. Don't make it cheap. It has got a science. It has got a form. Don't be artificial or show bottle. Be real thing. So 3 things are pretty clear. One, that the holy name is extremely special because it's absolutely non-different. It's the Yoga Dharma. It's the only means, as we heard this morning from Srimad Mahaprabhu's own mouth. There's no way besides it. And then, unfortunately, the collaborate, or the second fact, is that most of us have not access to true power of the holy name. Right? Our chanting is plagued by deficiencies, and therefore our experience lacks force of transformation. And therefore the third consequence is that reform is absolutely necessary and essential. Right? Otherwise, if I don't really take care of it right now, then my life will become mediocre and I will end in profound regret. So, but to develop maturity is not something that is automatic or easy, but if we know what needs to be done, and we are sort of able to do it and willing to do it, then there is absolutely every reassurance that our chanting would be blessed. Just like the story of pushing against the rock we spoke about this morning. So, yesterday we spoke about a diagnosis. We looked at the outcome. We looked at the challenge, the symptoms of the challenge. Do you guys remember the 6 symptoms of an arrested spiritual development, the symptoms of offenses? Let's just quickly recap those, if we can remember them, in any order. Who wants to start us off?
Decreased attraction to Bhakti.
Specifically, it was phrased as a blockage, so that the intended result does not happen. The affection and detachment, that was one.
Spiritual things as being material.
Exactly, that's 2. Remember more? You can look at your notes if you have them. What's that?
Taking the association of Vaishnavas to ground, to ground.
That's like what Ekachakra Prabhu was saying, that if it's ordinary, it's like without any potency. Yeah. Yes, Prabhu. Oh, yeah, it was just moving. Right, suffering, more false ego and identification with the mind due to weakness in bhakti creates more suffering. Exactly.
Losing faith in the process.
That would go together with things appearing ordinary, right? And therefore your faith goes down. So we have 4.
Pride.
Right, bad qualities like concealment and pride, substituting one sense of personal failure. And then there was this funny word, capriciousness, being impulsive, unregulated, unaccountable. And then I think the last one had to do with Bharat Maharaj. Example of Bharat Maharaj. Remember that? What was it? Right, especially when that becomes like an overwhelming, so you cannot regulate yourself anymore. Right? So we spoke about those, and then we spoke also about what are the root causes of those chronic offenses and how to actually deal with it. And we spoke about redefining failure to empower us so that we don't become hampered by a sense of chronic guilt. We spoke about meditation, different forms. There's a common unity among all of those. And then we spoke about how meditation is a natural state of consciousness. And finally, we gave the 3 parts of our methodology. Remember what the 3 main parts of the methodology was? Foundation, preparation, and cultivation. Very good. And then finally, we gave our definition that mantra yoga is a heartfelt address to the divine couple as an act of communion, service, and surrender, done with proper attention, depth, intensity, and persistence, as a means of purification, enlightenment, and sacred love. Right? So, and I told you that reflect upon what you heard and see if you had one question or comment that you would bring with us. We didn't have time for Q&A, so let's just take a few minutes if there are anything on your mind. Otherwise, we'll just proceed. Anything anybody was wondering?
The difference between humility and
Oh,
we are waiting for that.
he's on cue. Okay, let's finish that. It's a good place to begin. So we spoke about the 5 dimensions. Anybody remembers the 5 dimensions? I will just recap them quickly. Humility is realism. Humility is the absence of enjoying spirit. Humility is obedience. Thy will be done, not my will. Humility is in relation to loving Krishna, not some sort of perfectionistic standard that I feel. It's more like Krishna is giving me so much love, so much grace, and I cannot take advantage of that. So that sense of humility. And then humility, as we spoke a lot about, was accepting one's helplessness. That is only natural. I'm inadequate. I'm just a small soul. But I can be empowered to do amazing things. That's something very profound. Like it's amazing. One of those things that this little guy, I guess it doesn't remain small maybe forever, but anyway, that he can actually be empowered by the power of God. We got Shakti-vish avatars. Just imagine, like Brahma creating the whole universe. And Shikavi Karnapu writes in Ananda Vrindavan Champu that although this soul is minute, he can experience unlimited happiness. That's another one of those mind-blowing facts that is there. And then we said there's a litmus test of authentic humility, that it brings relief and peace, and joyfulness, more love, more enthusiasm for service. And then we said its prerequisite in order for it to not become something dysfunctional is that there's a real faith in Krishna's unconditional goodwill toward me under all circumstances. Whether I'm successful or not, it's sort of independent of all that. And that actually conviction that my spiritual quality is just this immaculate loveliness. Who I am is something extremely precious. Right. So, having said that, we want to turn our attention to the inferiority complex. So if humility is experienced as something disheartening, if it is experienced as something discouraging, if basically what I call humility, takes me away from devotional service, then it's a sure sign that it's not true humility, but false shame or mundane inferiority complex. Because as we know, every spiritual quality is anukul, is favorable to loving Krishna. So if something I call spiritual quality, whatever it might be, if it actually blocks, then it's not really the real thing. So it's a good measure to have. So that then leads us to the discussion of inferiority complex, or the conviction of personal inferiority. It's so universal. One of my teachers told me that when your spiritual life and purification reaches a certain intensity, the first thing that you get confronted by is this feeling of inferiority. The feeling that you are not loved because you don't have what is lovable in you. It's something very profound. It's like, I've experienced that trying to take Krishna consciousness seriously, and it's like, it appears to my intuition that all the other illusions and all the other anarthas are simply like part and parcels of the sense of not being in touch with love. That I am made for love and I'm capable of loving. Just imagine that what you are, its destiny, its origin is a thing that is a companion of God. I told some of the devotees before that when you hear about Uddhava or great devotees, you're basically something like that, just forgotten about it, and now thinking I'm this limited thing. So, inferiority complex is that the sense that I lack intrinsic goodness. Right? It's not so much like my nose is crooked or that part. It's a very holistic sense of myself. It's a sense that I'm not lovable because I don't have inside of me anything that is wonderful, beautiful, lovable, valuable. I have nothing to contribute. And guess what? This shame is keeping very repressed very concealed, you know. So that's where I say once your purification, you know, becomes a little intense, you'll get confronted by that in order to heal it. Because unless you, how to say, you shift your sense of your Atma, yourself, you cannot receive Krishna's love completely. I was once counseling one devotee, and she was participating, she was telling me she participated in a yoga teacher's retreat. And during one meditation, she felt, you know, the way she was expressing, like the light of God was approaching her, the sense of proximity of Krishna's love was approaching her, and she found herself pushing it away, that I do not deserve it. I do not deserve it. You see, we speak about something that's called cognitive incongruence or dissonance. It's like when what you experience and what you're receiving in a relationship goes against your deepest conviction of yourself. So that's why, you know, this inferiority complex is such a sensitive thing and something that every devotee will need to deal with. Everybody has it to some degree. So I guess we start to get the sense of what we're talking about. Everybody has sensed it sometimes. Feeling like an inferior soul, you know, lacking in qualities that others have, as if my soul is inherently ugly or deformed, like a second-class citizen. Now, what's very important to recognize is that this sense of shame, this sense of intrinsic inferiority, always leads to laziness of effort in Krishna consciousness. Once again, it is one of those unconscious dynamics. Because, as I said, as a response to Ekachakra Gram Prabhu's question about motivation, if there is a real sense of that somebody really sees goodness within me, sees my potential and loves me unconditionally, then you feel like empowered. And that's why like very young people are very dependent on somebody seeing them, seeing the potential they have that they cannot see, you know. So what to speak of Krishna really seeing the svarupa, the sense of who you are. So if there is no love inside or outside, why stay awake? That's the sort of the rationality of it. So basically we fall asleep spiritually. It's like it's just a sense of giving up, a resignation, going unconscious, or we get just so distracted by the everyday external details of life, we just subside. We don't live anymore, right? Another thing I'm just going to add in terms of what might be the difference between humility and inferiority complex is, so one aspect of it is not really being in touch with one's inner intrinsic value. The other is that not only shame is a result of the absence of experience of one's intrinsic goodness, but it's also a result of frustrated pride. You know, that's what we call inferiority complex. Usually devotees relate more to that part than the first part, but both are true. Because you see, in psychology, we talk about idealized self. Like people have all kinds of self-images of themselves. They got like a your image as other people see you, you know, as you've been, as you want to be. So we have this aspect of idealized self, or we call like some sort of false pride. But instead of, for myself, when I approach that, instead of like having sense of judgment about it, I see behind it that it is actually a defense against the experience of rejection. That as a child, if you're the natural representatives of God, your mother, father, your authorities, weren't like sufficient in mode of goodness and in touch with the Lord to represent Krishna's affection for a child, so that the child can actually internalize that, but there's a sense of rejection or lack of care. So the natural dynamics is that the false ego thinks, I'm going to become so perfect in some particular way, so amazing that nobody will reject me. People will accept me, people love me, right? And there are many different flavors of perfectionism, right? And then, but perfectionism per definition cannot be attained in this world. There will be always some blemishes, right? So self-contempt is a corollary of pride, of some sort of idealized view of yourself. I cannot reach that, therefore I hate what I am. Does that make sense? Yeah. So, shame is a result of frustrated self-ideal. You have pride. When you can't live up to that, you experience self-contempt. So this is the essential difference, really, between authentic humility and inferiority complex. Any questions on that? Yes.
Could it also be that humility is seeing your smallness in relationship to Krishna,
Right.
whereas inferiority complex is seeing your smallness in relationship to the person you would like to be.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And there are two different contexts in those two different views. When you're seeing your smallness in relationship to Krishna, which is realism, the context is care. Krishna's goodness. He cares about you. While when you have your smallness or compared to your idealized self, it is just a cold atmosphere all around because the whole point of your idealized self is to get love, to earn love, right? So that's the main difference between the two. Any other comments on the two? Yes?
I really appreciate what you say about being not accepted and then get the vision of ideal version of yourself.
Right.
Because we all we are actually all perfect by nature as
Right.
souls, and we all going toward the goal to become. I mean, we are already, but we are covered by so many things.
Right.
And then we are searching for like you say, we are frustrated when we search for the people who admire the
Right.
quality which is in Krishna and in us.
Mhm.
And we don't find that, and then this is not going together, and then we fell in that attaining that goal. And then we need to see another way how to see yourself in these qualities which we see which are in Krishna in us.
Right. Exactly. It's like a never-ending story. Because you see, one of my favorite anecdotes I was sharing with our friends during the retreat is an anecdote about Nasruddin. So the tale is that he's out on the street and he's looking for his keys, right? So after a while, a well-wishing friend comes by and asks, what are you looking for? He said, I lost my keys. So the friend gets down on all fours and starts feeling through the grass. And after a quarter, 30 minutes of that, he asks, are you sure you lost your keys here? And then he says, no, I lost my keys at home. Why are we here? He said, because there's more light here. So actually, that sense of intrinsic value, loveliness, is a part of my Atma, my Swarupa, right? Now, having turned away from that, it appears that it's available out there in the world, right? So I create self-ideals because I'm not in touch with what is actually already perfect. I don't need to create it. It's already, so I'm creating these images. I have to become this kind of person, And then, but the thing is, because even if you actually reach sometimes that ideal, you have a success, or you attain some level of excellence, or whatever it might be, it's just a mirage, because your key is at home. You find on the street, you find a lot of different keys, other people's keys, but it's not your key, And therefore, what happens is that every day, even if you attain perfection, every day you begin from empty again. It's a never-ending, Doesn't matter how much validation people give to your beautiful persona, because it's not you. It will never reach your heart, and therefore you have to every day get new validation. So that's another sign that humility and love is like has a consistency. It's not like one thing I learned in my discipleship was that it is a mistake to forget about past blessings. Just because, there might have been less association lately. Because those blessings of the spiritual master and Prabhupada is ever expanding and ever present. While, materially, it's something that is passing, and therefore every day you need to get a new dose of validation like that. And the last thing before we Continue?
I have a question
Yes,
about the topic that we talked about. Bad association is asatsanga.
Right.
And Bhakti Thakur, I think he said it's two satsangas of two varieties.
Right.
Trisangi, which is somebody who's attached to the other gender,
Right.
overly attached, and then Krishna Abhakta, somebody who's averse to devotion.
Right.
So I wonder if you can embellish on that, like, and what is, how does that apply to preaching, for example?
Two kinds of bad association. Do you make a distinction between the two? Like the Trisangi and the Krishna Bhakta?
Well, that's just how I read it.
Right. But your question is more about like what the distinction between the two, or in terms of...
In terms of just the bad association,
Mhm.
and they come in two varieties, I guess, and because when you go out preaching,
Right.
necessarily you need to associate
Right.
with either of the two or both.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder, like, how does that apply to preaching? Because, to progress, you should eventually not associate with these two.
Right. As far as I can remember at this moment, there's a concept about taking association and giving association, and Prabhupada says, if you as a neophyte, with old bad habits go to a bar, they will make you a drunkard because they will awaken your vrittis. And especially because, a neophyte doesn't have very staunch faith, and maybe not necessarily very good scriptural knowledge either, versus a person who, like Hare Krsna, would transform a prostitute. So it's really, if it's like who is most dominant in the exchange, especially emotionally, who's really sharing their passion. If you end up too much in the receptive listening mode, might be dangerous. But then there is also the idea that, there needs to be some sense of connection, some sense of trust. You need to also understand where the other person is coming from, right? But for myself, it's really keeping, the objective clear. That being able to discern where is this person, where is his values, and being able to, as Prabhupada said, fish without getting wet. So it's a real art. But when you see Srila Prabhupada, for example, and for myself, just honestly for myself, I find this sometimes challenging because of my nature. You see, some people are assertive by nature. They push out, they assert their energy, and they're natural leaders, right? But then you've got people who are naturally receptive. They're more gentle and more introspective, right? So it's so easy for me to end up in the listening mode, the empathic listener, right? Which I found is not very congenial when you're with somebody who is an assertive type and doesn't have good values, right? So I learned also that's another reason why I need to develop, my assertiveness, to be able to set boundaries and protect my spiritual integrity. Because otherwise, if you're not, very clear about your boundaries and values, then their values will, wash over you. Anybody would like to add something in terms of that? Prabhu, would you add something?
Yesterday you spoke about the cup is empty.
Right.
So if your cup is empty,
right.
You go out there and you see they have so much to offer. And you
Exactly.
fill up your cup.
Good.
But if your cup is overflowing, then you have no space in your cup. You just want to share.
Exactly.
So I think that's also important.
Right. Never attempt to. Well, that's the ideal to really, help or share if you're unempty, because it's much harder. And last thing I'm going to add, which I just remembered, was Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur saying that, Madhyamadikar, he distinguished between these 4 categories and treats them accordingly. And then he made also this additional footnote that when you're dealing with the innocent, right, your giving and sharing should be proportionate to their receptivity. So sometimes you might find somebody is somewhat, innocent, but if they're not really receptive, don't push too much. Like I remember Tamakrishna Maharaj, or actually Ravina Swarup was telling me that he felt that Tamakrishna Maharaj was an expert when they were like on a different festivals, he would go from like groups of young people sitting together, and within moments he would judge if I need to spend more time, is it valuable, or he would just, establish a rapport and see how they're doing, and then, say bye and go to the next group. So he would see if this person is just ready on the threshold of receiving, and then he would spend time really explaining. Sometimes we might spend too much time when it's not really advisable. Jai, so let's continue here. We will now turn our attention to the very core, the essential definition of the art of chanting, which is this direct address, this heartful address, this personal address to the divine couple. So, it's very important to put these things in proportion and in perspective, because all the other aspects we're going to talk about, they will simply nurture this calling, this feelingly calling to Radha and Krishna. So chanting is a personal and has a communal character. So I am establishing a connection with Godhead. So for me, this sense of relating, this sense of communicating is a test of actually doing a practice properly, right? So mantra yoga, as I wrote here, isn't just a repetition of words and syllables, a lonesome, self-preoccupied monologue. Sometimes it can become like that, going on Hare Krsna, Hare Krsna. But there is another sentient person on the other side, like Shachinanda Maharaj would use the name, living name, that the holy name is divine, sentient, and my most intimate friend, right? So it's really the act of communicating with the Supreme. So therefore chanting is about encountering Godhead and establishing one's relationship with Him. And actually, Ravina Prabhu always brings to attention that, the names in the holy name, they're all in the grammatical form of address, right? Like, in Sanskrit, when there's a long A, as in Radha, when you call Shri Radha, then it turns to Radhe, right? Now, Rama and Krishna maintain their own form. That's just the way it is. So it's not like just reading a name, it's more like, O Radhe, O Krishna, O Radharman, right? So it cannot be emphasized enough that whenever we are in the space of Nama Seva, we're dealing with the person, not with a task. It's very important. It's like paradigm shift. So, because if I don't have that essential core in place, then, no technique can substitute the essence of this practice. You can, learn and develop all kinds of techniques of meditation, but it cannot substitute addressing the absolute directly, personally, feelingly. So the challenge is really to move beyond an external mechanical preoccupation, right? As Prabhupada said, there needs to be a sense of depth, prayerfulness. Another reason that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself describes is that the holy name is present within the heart as the super soul, right? And therefore he's aware of your approach. And when he sees it's a sort of a sincere approach, then he reciprocates. And when he sees it's just mechanical, that you're not really, there has been made points about. I guess one of the best stories in Srimad Bhagavatam that delineates this principle of specificity is, who is it? Who wanted to have a child of the predominant deities. And I think he prayed to Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and Lord Vishnu. Who are we talking about? I'm just losing the name. Right. And because he wasn't specific, all three came. Who are you calling? So the more specific we can become, the more power of breakthrough it will have. So something we need to remember is that there is no automatic or mechanical redemption. Very important to remember. This verse in Srimad Bhagavad Gita that describes the 4 kind of people who don't surrender. Anybody remembers that? Exactly. What are the 4? There's the Mudha, Naradama, Maya Paritagyana, and Asurimbhava Mashrita. So when Srila Prabhupada comments on these 4, he describes it from the perspective of non-devotees, right? But Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, when he comments upon them, he looks at them from the perspective of devotees. that there are 4 kinds of impediments to surrendering completely to Krishna for Vaishnavas, which is very interesting. And when he describes mudha, he says it's a person who thinks just by some routine or mechanical, pious, religious, spiritual practice, then I will earn my place in the spiritual world without ever having a personal approach. And he says another mistake that makes them foolish is that they're too preoccupied with practical maintenance in life. They overwork. They don't have time really for developing a relationship with Krishna. But they think doesn't matter if the quality of my 16 rounds. If I just finish the 16 rounds, and somehow or another follow the 4 regulative principles, then just mechanically I will end up in Golokadam. It's subtle. I don't think it's even maintainable. What would you say, Prabhu? If somebody just mechanically and completely impersonally tries to chant and follow the 4 regulative, I don't think it's sustainable.
Well, why would you go to a place you're not interested in?
That's a very good point. Maybe you just want to become free from suffering. Some sort of moksha consciousness. I mean, Ravina Rupa, in his observation, whenever there was a crisis in spiritual leadership in ISKCON, and because usually, they have more inside knowledge because it's God Brothers and GBC, he said every time a spiritual master, somebody fell down, it always began with some sort of negligence in their chanting, right? Either in quality or in quantity. And then when you don't have the armor of the holy name, then you become susceptible. You cannot follow the 4 regulative principles without the power of the holy name. So it's very important to remember that. And Prabhupada wrote that whenever we're in contact with Krishna, we're purified, but because we are conscious beings, the proportion and degree of that purification depends upon our sincerity, or properized conscious acceptance. So there's no impersonal Svarupa Siddhi. You must want it, and then Krishna will give it.
Can you repeat that sentence?
Yes, properized. Whenever it's true that this is an answer to, I think, either it was Rameshwar or Bhavananda Prabhu. Whenever we are in contact with Godhead, we are purified. But because we are conscious beings, the proportion and degree of that purification depends upon our conscious acceptance. Right? So it's not like the chanting can go on and I'm completely checked out, and then once the 16 rounds are done, I'll come back, So, sometimes have you seen that sometimes they speak about layers of how to say, attentive listening in conversations? They say, what is it? First one is ignoring. You just don't even try to, pretend that you're listening. The second one is you pretend. Your mind is somewhere else. The other one is selective. You just pick out what's interesting to you and ignore everything else. And then the next one is just you listen with your head, just the facts, right? And then of course the most empathic one is you also listen between the lines with your heart. What is not spoken. It's quite interesting. So I remember there was a conversation with Mahatma Prabhu, and it was in relation to studying Srila Prabhupada's books. And he said that somebody asked him this question, that, usually when we read the purport or a section, we analyze it, we try to understand what Prabhupada is saying. But somebody had asked him, how does this make you feel? And because he's naturally more like a task-oriented person, that was not natural for him within his paradigm. And even for us, you might feel like, well, it's sentimental, but sometimes you can actually test it, you read this, and then you look at it from the perspective, how does this affect me, this purport? And sometimes you might get some other insights. I've definitely experienced in terms of lectures, like somebody maybe having their own conditioned nature and speaking and presenting Krishna as if he's some sort of a very harsh and unloving judge. So I ended up, going from that lecture and having a very fearful God image versus somebody else that presents something more, maturely. So chanting has to be soul deep because it's a demonstration of my interest to restore our relationship with Krishna, right? It's a matter of relationship, not a technique. It's very important to remember that. Now, I think something that we also need to add before we get into the more techniques part is that something that Ravina Prabhu told me, that because there will be like different meditations you can have, different things you can sort of add to your chanting to sort of nurture your attention like that. But, whether like in Shachinanda Swami's book, first book, Holy Name book, there were like different beautiful verses from Braj, right? That it could be like give you context or inspiration. Now, it is a mistake if, whatever inspiration it is, if my thinking of something else and then somehow the Maha Mantra fades off in the background. I think this is very important to remember, that whatever else we're going to talk about from now on is simply supposed to nurture your absorption in that call. It's never supposed to substitute the actual calling, but it is actually tempting because it's boring to just repeat the same thing, and it's more interesting to start thinking about that verse. And then, I mean, sometimes I've seen devotees who shared in pastoral, counseling conversations, like they would have these elaborate meditations, going to this Braj, to this holy place, and it's almost they never get to chant their rounds. Because it's all actually substitute for avoiding the actual dryness that you sometimes have to go through in order to be purified and to show your sincerity to Krishna. So Ravina Prabhu wrote that, if that's what happens, that, the Maha Mantra fades off into the background curtain or the scenery on the side, then I'm not doing it then I'm doing it in the wrong way, right? It's very important. It's not meant to become a distracting or self-serving preoccupation, right? So the first aspect of how to do it properly that we brought up when we spoke about the art of chanting was proper attention. I'm just going to put the definition up one more time, so we'll review it. Here we go. So, heartfelt address to the divine couple. That's what we're looking for. And what it is, we should understand what it is an act of communion. Communion in the sense that you are with Krishna, Radha and Krishna, and also communion in the sense of, intimate exchange, like you praying, you're opening your heart, your aspirations, or just your gratitude. And then it's also service, an act of service, an act of surrender, and it's meant to lead to purification, enlightenment, sacred love. Now, it needs to be done properly, and there are these 4 essential nucleus aspects: the proper attention, the proper depth, the proper intensity, and the proper persistence. So we're going to speak about the attention first. So in Sri Sanatana Goswami's Hari Bhakti Vilas, I mentioned this verse which gives 6 causes of success or accomplishment in japa, and 2 of those keys have to do with attention. So the first one says manasam haranam japa sampati hetavaha, and the other says monam japa sampati hetavaha. So manasamharana means drawing, bringing, fetching, collecting, gathering, taking hold of, seizing the mind from wherever it wanders, and bring it to one point. And he says this is a cause of fortune and success in chanting. And the other monam is, of course, silence. No nonsense talking is a cause of fortune and success in chanting. So the first lesson is that this heartful address that I am directing toward Radha Gopinath needs to be imbued with proper concentration, absorption, and quietness of mind. And I love this quotation that says that the first duty of love is to listen, for within attention lies the seeds of love. It's very beautiful. Sometimes people think that just paying attention is something superficial. But actually, as I was telling Gopinath Prabhu before, that the self, the Atma, is not just conscious, but is made of consciousness. So, like when you direct your attention, pure attention is almost like you're offering the essence of yourself. Therefore, the essence of good chanting is nothing short of Atma Nivedana. This complete giving of oneself to Krishna. So Prabhupada says, unless you become silent, you cannot properly chant or hear the name. And you remember we gave the foundation, and although we don't practice Ashtanga Yoga, I found that the 8 limbs is a perfect science of the science of attention, right? It begins by having proper lifestyle, yama niyama, favorable to your meditation. And then he says asana, that you have proper posture. And then because the mind will reflect your body's posture. And then he says you do pranayama in order to quiet and reach sort of mental vibrancy and contentment. And what comes after pranayama? Anybody knows? Pratyahara. Do you know what that means?
Pratyahara?
Mm-hmm.
Like withdrawal of senses?
Withdrawing of senses. Right. It's quite interesting. So really, pratyahara is the precondition of proper attention. And I think most of us don't even do that before practicing attention. It's like we're chanting and we're still aware 360 degrees. Sometimes maybe you have to if you're a parent or manager in a specific context. But whenever it's not really absolutely urgent, we really need to let go of the world. Like Ravina Srupa said that he made an agreement with Krishna because when he was GBC, there's always so many crises, so many letters to answer, so many concerns. So he made this agreement that during these 2 hours I'm chanting, you worry about the problems of ISKCON. And I will just chant attentively. And I think it's a good secret because it refers to that whole thing of helplessness. Anyway, what can I do? And if I don't do this to become purified and empowered, just working harder. Another good anecdote is which something that Giriraj Maharaj said, that he was massaging Prabhupada. This is probably in Juhu in the evening because Prabhupada's servant wasn't there. So Prabhupada then suddenly took notice that I cannot hear the sound of Gaur Arati coming from the temple. So Giriraj Maharaj informed him that the devotees are still out working and serving. And then Prabhupada became sort of displeased and he said, I never told you that you're supposed to work 24 hours. He probably didn't say 24 hours, the whole day. He said every morning and evening you have to come before the lordships and chant for them because it's actually through their satisfaction that you have success in your preaching work. Which reminds us of Prabhupada's prayer. Everything that happened was as a result of Prabhupada's heartfelt prayer. Even the fact that people became devotees. Because one of the lines is, Prabhupada says that it's because under your control that they have come under Maya. Right? And if you want, they can become liberated. And I want you to make them liberated. Right? This is something which is so special, like a devotee who has really, Krishna feels indebted to that devotee. So whatever that devotee requests, Krishna cannot deny. It begins with Srimati Radharani, and then every representative of Srimati Radharani in the Parampara. So, it's a very important lesson. So pratyahara is a precondition of proper attention and concentration. Now, there are actually different models when it comes to looking at the progress of attention. And I would like to share with you 3 of those today. Because absorption in the holy name is a process of refinement. Attention is a process of refinement. It sort of becomes more and more focused and clear. Right? So we'll look first of all at this Ashtanga Yoga definition of the progress of attention that involves 3 stages: dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. So dharana, this is very interesting because dharana in itself is not real proper meditation or meditation proper. Jai Shri Radha Gopinath, Lalita Vishaka Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Shashi Gauranitai Ki Jai, Shri Vrinda Devi Ki Jai. Dharana means that it involves intermittent moments of focused attention. This is dharana. You practicing attention, you practicing concentration. So you fix it on the holy name or any other fixation point, right? And then your mind goes away, and then you bring it back. So you're practicing attention, and once again, to have objectivity is very important, so we don't judge ourselves unnecessarily. So when you start chanting, you're just dharana. You're practicing attentiveness. It's momentary. The mind goes and you bring it back. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. Don't get sort of discouraged, right? So it's short periods of relative calm where just for a moment the mind slows down and stays with the holy name, right? We're binding the attention of the mind to the holy name to stop its incessant wandering, right? And something which is very important is that even brief concentration is a success, right? Because the more you have those samskaras, not only that you're showing Krishna your sincerity, which is even more important, just psychologically speaking, you're creating an impression, a samskara, because habits are a result of samskaras. So the more experience of moments of attention you have, the more easier it becomes for you. Just in the same way as inattentive chanting becomes a habit, so gradually practicing attentive chanting also becomes a new habit. So this is not really in of itself meditation. Meditation begins once concentration is established, right? And then this then leads us to dhyana, which is proper meditation. So if we would say dharana is like drops of water, like raining sometimes, then the good metaphor for dhyana is when you're like pouring honey. It's just a constant flow, right? Unbroken stream. So the continuous flow of consciousness toward the object of attention is known as dhyana, or uninterrupted concentration. And I think that is very rare, you know. But if you actually have the proper foundation and we really sincerely practice attentiveness, you know, being dependent on Krishna's grace, then at one point it is said the mind shifts to ekagra. Now there are much more like technical definitions and descriptions of this, but it's almost like the mind changes gear, you know, and it like drops and then suddenly becomes like one-pointed. And what did I want to say about that? It was that, right, that I was telling Raghunatha Prabhu that in my years of chanting, you know, maybe for 3 or 4 times I've experienced my mind became absolutely silent. And I was just really just vacuum. And I was sharing with him, maybe with some subtle pride, and he just turned around. Yes, sometimes the holy name does that. You know? Gives you an experience, you know, something you can aspire for. It's not because of your effort necessarily. And then we have samadhi, which is real trance and absorption. So do you know what the difference between like this absorption of dhyana and samadhi is? What the distinction of these 2 levels of attentiveness is? Anybody knows or heard about it?
I heard it in terms of different time intervals. The first one was just seconds, and then dhyana is actually, I think, like 3 minutes, and samadhi is 50 minutes.
Interesting. Right, there are different ways of describing it. Like, you know, there's Buddhist traditions that describe different, you know, stages of meditation. They say like this you can maintain 15 minutes, this you can maintain an hour, and the ideal you can just continue chanting, meditating without any stop. So that's great. But what I was thinking of is that in dhyana, you know, you could say that there is still an observer observing unobserved. That's how to describe it. Right? While in samadhi is a condition of absolute absorption that you become completely unself-conscious. It's just shown. And it gives you tremendous insight into the nature of Braj. That all these Vaishnavas, they're in the state of samadhi, so all they know is Radha and Shyam. There is no self-consciousness. You know? Even if the gopis are sort of beautifying themselves, it's completely with the sense of giving joy to Krishna. There is no sense of separate identity, right? And what I really like to add as a very interesting and provocative last comment is that, you know, once we hear about samadhi, it sounds like such a exotic and such an, you know, unreachable thing, but every one of us are right now in a state of samadhi. Can you understand how I'm thinking about it? How are we in a state of samadhi right now? Complete and absolute samadhi. Yeah.
Our material identification.
Our material identity. We are absolutely absorbed in this false identity that we have. You know, I'm a male, I have this emotional baggage, this personality, this identity that's been created karmically. I am in a state of samadhi in relation to it. I am not at all conscious of my own spiritual self or identity. Right? So it's quite amazing. Okay, we're gonna share quickly the two other models which are shorter. The one is from Madhurya Kadambini, talking about these 5 progressive barriers to, becoming steady in devotional service, but it's also applied to actually attentiveness. So in our quest, we are really passing through them. Let's see. Come on. So, the first one being laya, which in Sanskrit literally means lying down, being drowsy, falling asleep, not being awake and alert. That's very self-evident, the first challenge. Second, vikshepa literally means to scatter. It means being inattentive and distracted and giving free rein to one's mind and senses. So note that this is a progression. So the first challenge is being awake. Second is to being attentive. And now, Shri Vishwanath says, now you're awake and you're attentive, but you're not personally engaged. That's called apratipatti, indifference, literally. Because pratipat in Sanskrit means to hasten toward, like receiving a very special loving friend. There's a sense of, emotional absorption. So apratipatti therefore means lack of affective engagement, lukewarm, not cold, not too cold, not too heat, warm, unenthusiastic, apathetic, unresponsive practice. When there is whenever there is a gathering for kirtan, you can always see, if you look around the audience and you'll see people struggling with different one of those. Either people are drowsy or they're distracted, or sometimes they are attentive but they're not engaged, right? So and every one of those we have a strategy to deal with them in our mantra yoga methodology. Because to just tell somebody, put your heart into it, chant with your heart, it's wonderful, all obeisances to the reminders, but sometimes you need to know how to do it. It's not just by willpower. You can just squeeze your heart and pour out Prema Bhakti, like ketchup. And now this is interesting. This we'll talk later on when we're talking about persistence in chanting. Because this is really the transition point. Once I'm awake, I'm attentive, and I'm engaged, now the influence of the Holy Name starts to work on my mind, my unconscious mind. And what happens is the 4th barrier called Koshaya, which literally means filth or bitter. So it means the surfacing of false ego contaminations, impure passions, or imperfections of character. So this is the principle that whenever we cultivate a spiritual quality like humility, like love, then everything that is in opposition to it will surface. This is profoundly important to know. I was telling Gopinath Prabhu that when I didn't know that, and I would be chanting, I was very enthusiastic, and then suddenly out of the blue would come sexual temptation thoughts. I was what the hell is this? Right? Because that's the precise diametrical opposite of pure love. It's lust. Right? So, I'm trying to cultivate this, and it's almost like Krishna telling me, so how about this? What about this? What is your degree of attachment to this? Are you ready to let go of this? Right? And, I've been chanting, and then suddenly, trying to be attentive, and then suddenly, there is I recalled a trailer of a blockbuster movie that just recently came out. And to be completely honest, sometimes I haven't been able to say no. It's oh, that's a good idea. And then after chanting my rounds, I would watch the movie. So it's a good thing to let you know that once you come to Koshaya, you won't have 100% success every time. You might fail a couple of times before you come to the determination that I want to let go of this. But you'll have to go through it. There's, as we said, no unconscious purification. So Krishna brings it to your attention and asks, how about this? So you want to develop humility, and then suddenly prestige and pride and, vanity comes up. Very important. And I've been sharing Saint Anthony's prayer in his meditation. He says, when I was young and naive, I used to pray for chastity, but I would say, not yet, not just yet, sometime when I'm ready for it. So sometimes that happens. And honest to God, I've seen that during my own journey of progression in brahmacharya, in chastity, there were periods where I could not think, conceive of just forever letting go of that possibility, of that pleasure. It was like my life would be incomplete somehow without that pleasure in my life. Thinking about it, because their dependence on Prabhupada says we've been associated with woman for woman. Prabhupada said man is the woman. So, because it's the object of sexual attraction and wealth. He said we've been associated with these two since time immemorial. So it takes a long time to become, free from it. But of course, then he says, with the help of the Lord, it becomes as easy as anything. But to really get that help requires a specific qualification. We're going to talk about that also. So, but fortunately, I can see, now that intellectually, like Krishna says, lust has taken, invaded the senses, the mind, and intelligence, more and more subtle. Probably in intelligence, that most subtle value system as I encountered, that inability to let go, conceive of just never again, not that I'm indulgent, but just the possibility, it's almost like a feeling of deprivation, a life sentence, not being completely convinced that Krishna consciousness will fill me up completely, so I won't feel any lack, that's the fear. But now I feel that's not there anymore. I feel completely convinced that there is no need for that ever. That pleasure is not necessary. So, and then, interestingly enough, if you pass Koshaya, there's another thing that comes up, it's called Rasasvada, which literally means enjoying delight, and it is called spiritual gluttony, or gloating over initial breakthrough and its byproducts in the form of profit, adoration, prestige, becoming more subtle. So because if you pass Koshaya, then you start to really manifest some degree of purity, and that bhakti is attractive. So devotees would probably would want to associate and support and whatever. So the temptation is that you get distracted by the byproducts, and think that's the main thing. And also the spiritual gluttony for me, it's my own wording of Rasasvada. It's the sense that once you come to that purity of attentive chanting, you start to actually experience the sweetness of chanting the holy name. But the temptation is that you will lose your service attitude and just try to enjoy Krishna, that sense gratification. Right? And then immediately your absorption will get interrupted and you will lose the taste again. Because as long as you're in that state of just loving unconditionally in a counterintuitive way, you will experience great, great happiness. But the moment you want to control Krishna, it doesn't work. He won't become the object of sense gratification. And finally, there is this Christian mapping of 5 stages of silence. Everybody needs to become silent to really hear the holy name. And they say there is a silence of speech. So, when we start chanting the holy name, don't talk, if it's not absolutely necessary. And then the silence of thought, this larger subconscious chatter that is going on. Silence of will, very interesting. This constant judgment going on. I don't like this, I like this, I don't like this, I like this. It's a whole distraction of itself. And then the silence of the unconscious. I think that corresponds to Koshaya. If you purify it enough, so nothing comes up when you're chanting anymore. That depth of silence. And then finally Samadhi, the silence of being. My whole existence is silent. So these are the 3 different models of silence that we can take inspiration from.
Can I have one question?
Yes, Prabhuji. Go ahead.
So, if you're still in one of these 5 stages, then
Right.
there's no question of Nishta.
Yeah, that would be correct. Once you come to Nishta, then these 5 are not present anymore.
So it's very encouraging and at the same time also very
Very discouraging, isn't it? They say the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. It's like, what? I thought I was a great devotee.
It's a lot, huh?
Yeah. That's why I really feel that you really need proper education and training. Because once again, to just tell people, but how do you get there? So proper training, and then exercise, practicing it, abhyasa ramate, and good association, It would really help. Ravina Sarupa said that when he was getting involved in the Guru Reform movement in 1986, around that time, and he was requested to take a leadership position in that movement. So he really understood, I have to take in my integrity, I got to reform. So he defined good sadhana as chanting the holy name while trying to become free from offenses. And he got a lot of inspiration from Bhakti Thakur's insight that the root cause of all other offenses is inattentiveness. Interesting love, which really gives support to what we said, that the essence of chanting is this communicating with Krishna. So if that's not there, then all the other offenses will come. Right? So he said that he dedicated himself and he started practicing attentive and concentration. And he said after some time, he started to get better at it. He was working on it consistently. And then he suddenly discovered that even though there were no longer external distraction that could take his mind away, still he found that his mind will just go away from the holy name. And he just found that to be completely inexplicable. Everywhere we're saying chant Hare Krishna and be happy, and my mind is just running away from the holy name. So he thought that he was a demon, and somehow ended up in the Hare Krishna movement. He couldn't share that with anybody else because the culture at that time was they would actually tell you you're a demon and throw you out of the temple. So he kept it secret, and he thought, but to his merit, he just took it as a duty, and okay, that's what it is, and I just continue to pay attention, even if it's just very much of a willpower, deliberate practice. And he said it got worse and worse and worse, till finally something just opened up within him, this like a eruption of grief. So he emotionally understood what it was. He realized that I had left Krishna and come to the material world, right? So we all know that, that's basic philosophy, but he realized that emotionally. Not that we're talking like about them, about me. I had a relationship with Krishna, and I turned my back and came to this material world. And he said he felt so bad realizing that he felt suicidal for some time. But, the good thing, the realization that he had was that he understood that even though I had forgotten Krishna, Krishna had not forgotten me. Even I abandoned Krishna, Krishna did not abandon me. And Krishna sent Srila Prabhupada, who worked tirelessly. He said the sacrifices that Srila Prabhupada made is a measure of how much Krishna cares about us. Prabhupada wouldn't have gone through all that hell if it wasn't just he knew how much Krishna cared. Every one of this. As I said, every soul has a unique love story that Krishna wants to experience. So he continued, and he said that this grief, gradually transformed to humility. And then throughout the years, that humility transformed to feelings of separation from Krishna. So he said that, if there's a natural progression that happens if we really go through the process. And then later he found support for what he experienced in the second verse of Shikashtaka. That Mahaprabhu was saying, this is actually your mercy, but my misfortune is that I cannot appreciate the holy name. And then when Mahaprabhu is commenting on these verses in the final chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is said to Krishnadas Kavirada's credit, he's saying what Mahaprabhu feels while he's reciting this verse. And when Mahaprabhu is reciting the second verse, it is said that he feels humility and grief. Dainya. That's Mahaprabhu's mood. So when he found that, he felt that it was bona fide what he went through. Because, the status quo was chant Hare Krishna and be happy. He chanted Hare Krishna, he became grief-stricken before becoming happy. So it's a sutra. We said that one definition of sutra is it describes the beginning and the end. But then in between there are a lot of things that happens. So, and we're finishing with this before we open up some last comments or questions. The beauty of this is that Krishna is actively involved, and he's like the most mindful and competent and best psychotherapist and healer, and he will take care of whatever we need to experience whenever we need to experience it. It's like it has this inbuilt integral wisdom. It's like so simple. 3 names, everybody can learn a Maha Mantra, but it's like a world because Krishna is personally involved. If we just bring that sincerity of really heartfelt calling to Radha and Krishna with attention, then whatever needs to happen, Krishna will make it happen. And if you need support from the outside, if you need some inspiration or guidance, Krishna will make sure that that will come to your attention. It's amazing. Jai, so let's stop here, and by the wonderful invitation of Ekachakra Prabhu, we have 1 more hour tomorrow between 6 and 7 to have one last dive. But let's see if there's any comment or any question. Yes, Prabhu.
Thank you for your wonderful class.
Thank you.
But I'm a little bit discouraged now. You know what I mean? I'm so far away from all this.
Right.
So I don't know even how to pray, to
Right.
Krishna.
Right.
To come closer to him.
Right.
It's painful.
Yes, it is. You wanted to add something to that?
Maybe I remember Ravindra Swaraprabhu giving one answer.
Uh-huh.
That he quoting Krishna Chakravarti Thakur that every prayer includes a request for a benediction.
Oh, right.
And then he shared that myself personally, usually I pray for the ability to pay attention.
Right.
And you quoted that in Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in his writings, he says that the soul is unable to overcome the distraction. So we have to fervently pray to be protected from distraction.
Sure. You see that what you're feeling is not necessarily wrong. It can actually become the breeding ground of some inner transformation. The only thing that we want to take away is sense of resignation. Resignation, like I give up. That we don't want to do, because the good news is that there are 3 stages of chanting: Nam Aparad, Nam Abhas, and Shuddhanam. So, Nam Aparad is where I'm not paying attention, I'm committing mistakes, and I'm completely careless and indifferent to it. Just the fact that you have this emotion of sadness shows that you care, right? So you're not just in Nam Aparad, right? So Ravindra Swaraprabhu said the good news is that the moment you try to pay more attention, you're not perfect, you're not able to do it consistently, but just trying immediately lifts you up to Namabhas. And Namabhas has this couple of wonderful influences. One is that it strengthens your faith, right? It gradually elevates you to more refined and purified state of consciousness, right? And it has many other blessings as well. So sometimes, when we just talk about this pure name, it almost feels like we're being condescending to Namabhas. But Namabhas in of itself is really, the station we have to arrive to before Krishna can lift us up to pure holy name. So the good news is, even though I'm aware of all these challenges, I can just try within my own capacity to try to pay more attention. In the beginning, it's a little mechanical. Like I see the mind going away and I sort of bring it back and try to pay more attention, And by just doing that, I'm in Namabhas and I will progress. Ravindra Swaraprabhu said that sometimes devotees tell of an experience that they chant Hare Krishna, they made a lot of advancement as new devotees, and then, they took initiation, everything went to hell. And he said, I think the real explanation is that in the beginning, they didn't even know the offenses. So therefore, there was no reactions. There was just Namabhas. And Namabhas means that you will make progress. Something is happening. So if we bring that, Hare Krishna, Shishirada Gopinath Ki Jai. If we just try to show our Krishna our sincerity, then things will start to help. Because Krishna is ready to move heaven and earth to help you. Because he's more eager to have you back than you are. Right? Because you're one of his precious devotees. So if you just show that sincerity, even if just one step every day, then Krishna will make all arrangements to help us. So that has been the foundation of my hopefulness, even though I have so many faults. And then over time you make progress like that. And remember the anecdote I told you about pushing against the rock. You remember that? So it's not about moving the rock. Maybe it is impossible for me to pay absorption, but if I every day try, then Krishna will move the rug. So that's our hope. Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. No, but then we just add an hour to 6 and 7 hours. I made a mistake. By stopping for Gurard. Ki bajaya jaya Gaurachandre Arati Koshobha Ki bajaya jaya Gaurachandre Arati Koshobha Janave Tatavane Jagamanalobha Janave Tatavane Jagamanalobha Bhakti Nenitai Chan Bame Gadadhara Nikate Adita Shini Vasa Chatradhara Bosi Yache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasani Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devakhane Arati Korena Brahma Adi Devakhane Nara Koshaya. Jai Shri Gaura Hari. Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Goshadigaya. Shankha bhaje kanta bhaje bhaje kartala. Madhura me ganga bhaje paramarasala. Bahu koti Chandra jini vadana uchala. Gala deshe vanamala kore jhalmala. Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gadagada. Abhakati Vinoda Dete Gaurara Sampada. Jayo Jayo Gaurachandre Arati Koshobha. Jai Nitai Gaur. Janavi Tatavane Jaga Manalobha. Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Samindhite Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunavadi Pashtata Deshatarine. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey Radhe Gopinath. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Radhadesh. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ram, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hey Jagannath, Hari Bol, Hey Baladev, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Vivo, Gauranga, Gauranga, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ramo, Ramo Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ramo, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Jai Lalita Vishaka, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Ashtotarashata Shri Sriman Abhay Charanarvindam Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Brinda ki jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Shri Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Shri Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyamakunda Radha Kundagiri Govardhani ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath, we said that. Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai. Shri Ganga Yamuna Maya ki jai. Shri Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi ki jai. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga.
Vishivadin Sharanam Prapadye. Tavakara Kamala Hare Nakam Adbhuta Singha Nalita Hiranyakasipo Dhanuvinga Kesapati Narahari Rupa Jai Jagatisha Hare Jai Jagatisha Hare Jai Jagatisha Hare Jaya Palati Singha, Palati Singha, Palati Singha, Jaya Palati Singha. Palati Singha, Palati Singha, Palati Singha, Jaya Palati Singha. Sing Bhagavan ki jai.
So we'll continue. Last one, 5 minutes. It's like a smaller group. What happened?
Some go to bed early.
Right, yeah. Tomorrow is also festival day. Right. Jai. The question is, where should we dedicate our limited time? What would be most interesting? We spoke about the element of proper attention, and then we have proper depth, we have proper intensity, and then we have proper persistence. And then we could say more about conditioned patterns of attention. We could also speak about japa empowerment. Are there any immediate preferences?
What comes to my mind is that we heard that the attention would be the key to success. So if we can learn what is not the right type of attention, we seem to have some materials there.
Right, yeah. That's something. How about you other people, devotees? What do you feel? Would it be interesting to look at some conditioned, unconscious patterns of attention that we have depending to our temperament? Or would you be interested in looking at some other dimensions of the mantra yoga? What would you think?
Also the attention.
The attention, right? Mataji?
Maybe empowerment.
About?
Empowerment of the japa. You mentioned something about empowerment.
Empowerment. Okay, that's also very good. I guess we could touch upon both a bit. Empowerment and because the challenge for me always with this is that because the material has a lot of detail, there's always the trying to find a balance of what we sort of inspiring and inspirational, but avoiding it, making it overwhelming with too much, details at the same time. That's always the difficulty. So, right, I guess we could start with looking a little on the point of empowerment, and then we come back to attention patterns. Right. I tried to put that on the screen so it becomes more interactive and easily for you to follow along. Mm-hmm. There we go. So the way I think about empowerment in terms of japa is to gather enough confidence, conviction, and resolve to be able to chant 16 rounds of japa daily without procrastination, interruption, apathy, or failure. Right? I learned about this paradigm of empowerment from one of my teachers, and I've just applied it to chanting the holy name because it felt most relevant to be able to chant every day once rounds without failure, with proper quality like that. So when it comes to our ability to really commit, we see two main stumbling blocks, one from Tamagun and one from Rajagun. The one, Tamas being resistance, I just feel unable or unwilling to exert, and then Rajas being this just restlessness and diverted and pulled all over the place. So I found that to be able to complete one's rounds every day without fail and overcome those two, distraction and resistance, it's a matter of three most important ingredients. One being ability. So some synonymous that describe that is capacity, capability, competency, proficiency, adeptness, mastery, and confidence. Our technical word is self-efficacy. The sense that I'm able to accomplish this task. And it's really the answer to the question, can you do it? Yeah. So when you think like, okay, this is a new day, I have my 16 rounds, am I able to do it? and there are, I've identified 10 elements of ability and 10 elements of disability. And it becomes very much informative because then you can see where am I lacking instead of just having intuitions about it. Second, conviction. So if the first one is about my ability to do it, the second one is about if I think it will work. So certitude, assurance, hope, faith, and trust. And I call that response efficacy, that the holy name actually works. Third being motivation, impetus, inspiration, desire, willingness, encouragement, attraction, incentive, efficacy, or the question, is it worth it? Maybe I believe in chanting holy name and I can chant 16 my rounds, but I don't think it's worth the effort. It's just too difficult. So let's go a little deeper into each one of those. The first factor is really about being confident about one's ability to apply the method. So the feeling would be summarized in this quotation. I can adopt the process, I know what I have to do, and I'm able to do it. I know it can be done, I've done it before, I have the ability to deal with the blocks and come out triumphantly. That's where we want to be. And the elements of it is really these 10. The sense efficacy grows out. First of all, I know the science, I know how it's supposed to be done, that gives me confidence. Favorable external circumstances, you remember that was a part of our preparation. If the space, if there's too much distraction, then it might become an impediment. Health and vitality, I have enough energy, well-being, comfort to do it. Unhampered Bhakti experience. This is really my wording for the opposite of your mind and your personality, like filtering and distorting and interrupting your Bhakti experience. For example, my inner critic has this message that if you don't feel anything while chanting, then it's useless. And it is so deep-rooted, right? So then I start to chant, even though I'm paying attention, but I don't feel any ecstasy or some overwhelming, intensity of emotion. So then my mind keeps telling me, well, it's just worthless, it's just useless. Probably Krishna doesn't even like listening to your chanting because it just, doesn't have any deep affection, So then it distracts me, it hampers my ability. So that's an example. Or you could say unfulfilled psychological needs for, intimacy, needs for nurturance. Whatever unfulfilled need creates difficulty. Openness to effort, discomfort, and resistance. Because to control your mind takes effort. And sometimes there is just this unwillingness for us to, go outside of our comfort zone. Especially maybe we never learned the principle of discipline. We're used to instant gratification. 6, a sense of calm, patience is very important. And harmony. 7, being process focused, objectivity. 8, hope, encouragement. 9, freedom from oppression. It's quite difficult to pay attention if I'm bombarded by some appetite that doesn't let go. And finally 10, past, successful follow through. Now this becomes sort of more revealing when you compare it to the disability. Would you like to just read that for us?
The first part?
Yeah, just.
We want to shed light on the restraining factors involved in our practice in order to deliberately and systematically remove them. What is interfering with your chanting? What's undermining your daily japa? First, not being certain how it's done. Second, unfavorable external circumstances. Lack of physical well-being and vitality. Psychologically adulterations of one's Bhakti experience. Aversion to exertion, taxation, stress, resistance and discomfort. Impatience, restlessness and stress. Inner criticism and resentment. Discouragement, hopelessness, resignation, oppression of mundane appetites, and lack of past follow-through.
So let's go around the circle and just, if you will share in confidence, what has been some persistent challenge, maybe sometimes in your chanting, that you could recognize immediately? Would you start?
Maybe 6, impatient, restless.
Right, exactly. I want to pay attention, I've got tons of other things to do. Or it's like, I want instant results, and I'm impatient, I have to wait, Very good. What is it? Could you recognize any of this? Or it's difficult with the language? Yeah? Okay, we can go.
Also 6, but also inner criticism.
Right.
Yeah.
How does that come into expression into your experience?
Yeah, I guess that feeling of just like not being good enough or not doing it properly.
Right, exactly. So I found to have, that's what we said, 7, it makes sense in light of criticism, that 7 is about process focused, not result oriented.
Yeah.
And what's that?
Yeah.
And being objective about your measures. Like I'm just, maybe I'm, in the process of growing, so I cannot expect like revelation or, ecstasy. But if I am somewhat successful to pay attention, this, as we said, the first stage of attention was moments of attention. So I'm doing that, and I'm coming back again and again. And so realism, sobriety is very good. Thank you. Going back to
counting, not being so focused on sound when I'm listening, but counting because I have this and that to do.
Right.
It's more like the restlessness and stress.
Right, exactly.
Not so much.
Exactly. It's tremendously difficult to chant attentively when you have pressing tasks to do. Jamashman.
Many of them, but also 5 sometimes harms me.
Yeah. How many have felt this just aversion to working hard? But chanting can be hard work. Have you ever experienced that sort of resistance? You've done it, yeah.
But then I just was doing it properly, like zoning.
Okay. Then it became just right. So yeah, just If you don't have any quality or like content, or it just becomes very difficult. Then
Sometimes it is an oppression of mundane appetites.
Right.
I really find this very bad.
Right.
I am busy with the holy names and then...
Exactly. Oh my goodness, we all know that. Thank you.
It's a mixture mostly between restlessness and inner criticism, because it doesn't work, and then my mind is and then it gets more agitated
Right,
all
right.
the time.
You know, this is like a segue, the criticism thing, to the second main element of empowerment, which was confidence. It has its own heading. You know, I feel this with feedback from past participants. It's quite a colorful feedback. Let's take, for example, what was that? Was it the discouragement? No, it was criticism. Where is it? Any criticism, resentment. Let's read one person's feedback or experience. I'm not doing it right. My chanting is useless. It feels like my practice never lives up to the standard and the ideal. It belittles me and humiliates me. The immensity of the task daunts me. I just can't master the practice, and it's annoying as hell, and so on and so forth. That sort of thing can go on in your head. Prabhu, what would you say is something that you found is an obstacle? Nothing specific? You know, I've been stuck a lot just on the 3. I gotta get my back in shape and my body. Something like that. And it's interesting because you tend to postpone, but it just becomes like a persistent distraction. Okay. So let's quickly look at the confidence. Right. And Javashnikar, would you read that aloud? Do you really believe?
Do you really believe the chanting will gradually cleanse you of all impurities? Do you trust that by sincerely seeking to become free of offenses, the holy name will eradicate all your sins, strengthen your faith, and elevate you to a state of freedom from identification with the false ego and the 3 modes of material nature? Are you confident that by carefully completing your chanting and staying fixed in devotional service, you will be protected from downfall and relapse? Do you believe the holy name will ultimately reveal your spiritual nature and eternal identity and bless you with abiding auspiciousness and inner fulfillment? Do you believe the holy name will reestablish your dormant relationship with Krishna and his associates, uniting you with the divine couple in the land of Vrindavan?
Right, so the extreme positive would be, yes, I do. Amen. The process works. The goal is attainable. It can be done. I can see that I'm getting somewhere, but sincerely and consistently applying the process carefully. Right. So what's interesting when you know the measures is then you could just evaluate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. How confident am I? 7. Okay. What is it that causes me to not be a 10? What is filling the missing digits? And if you do some introspection, you will find. And then you can take hold of every doubt, and then you can actually process them to empower your confidence. And of course, the opposite is lack of confidence, doubting the possibility of revelation, transformation, and breakthrough, feeling the goal is out of reach, unattainable, and practically impossible. The process doesn't deliver, it's ineffective, and without sufficient potency, I don't think the chanting can get me where I need to go. It just doesn't work. I feel defeated and discouraged. I'm not much hopeful. There's no real point in trying. Effort is meaningless. I'll meet frustration no matter how hard I try. That's the other extreme. And finally, looking at the last element, which would be, is it worth it? Would you like us to read that? Japa motivation.
Japa motivation is about seeing a direct link between one's chanting and one's deepest values, aspirations, necessities, and overarching mission in life. It's about seeing a direct connection between negligence in chanting and experiencing negative repercussions to one's well-being and to what matter most in one's life. Japa affects what's most important and crucial to me in my life. It makes a significant difference for better or worse.
Yeah. If you really have, And what's interesting is that the deeper you go and with more subtle and difficult resistance that you might encounter, that you need to really come back to this and find a deeper reason to continue. Maybe your initial reason for chanting will not be sufficient. It's interesting. And there's a note on urgency, but I really saved that for chanting with proper intensity, but you can get the trailer. That urgency brings execution with focus, momentum, and perseverance. Without urgency, desire in of itself has no real value. This is interesting. Because, you might have a desire, but it might be like yeah, it's nice if it happens, if it ever happens. But if it's urgent, and the best example is when you're really hungry or you have to answer the call of nature, you cannot just postpone it. Otherwise there will be, negative repercussions. And another wonderful example is the pastimes of the gopis. When Krishna called them, it is said that, elders, there were obstructions, and some of them made it, some of them didn't. And it is said those who didn't, their determination wasn't intense enough. The urgency wasn't intense enough. But what's interesting is that the pain of not having been able to go purified whatever remaining contamination was, that sense of grief. And the next time they could go. So it's very important. And I've summarized the reason for chanting under 9 different headings. And these are what actually make up proper understanding. So, first being the meditation I read for you once, that I'm completely spiritual. When I really identify with that, suddenly I have a reason for chanting. 2, the name is divine and sentient. It's not just some words. 3, it's about the purpose of life. It's not about sense gratification, pleasure or pain for the body or mind. It's about actually transforming the false ego and unveiling higher being. And therefore, spiritual remorse and penance, I can have a sense that I failed Krishna. And I want to show and I want to make up. That can inspire chanting. If I can identify that it's my highest priority, it's the most important instruction of my spiritual master. Source of blessedness, everything good. There's so many lists of blessings of holy name. Everything comes from that. Fountain of auspiciousness, of wish-fulfilling gem. Source of all requirements for spiritual advancement. And then we have spiritual sanctuary. Prabhupada says Kirtan is the safest place. Divine empowerment, the realization of a higher potential for personal and global change. You can become an instrument for something wonderful. And finally, being with the beloved. So, I then have a chart or a journaling template that actually applies or translates all this into one page, the practical journaling, but we'll have to come back to that later. Let me shift to patterns of attention. This is interesting because when we talk about distractions specific to particular temperament, that each personality comes with its own attentional bias. Because you see, there's a lot to pay attention to, right? But then what we are often not aware, and what this illuminates, is that depending on your unique karma and whatever psychological makeup, you tend to always prioritize paying attention to one area, right? And this can become persistently a cause of distraction if you're not aware of it. Like, I'll give you an example that we're going to read, but like my mom is always paying attention to everybody else's needs. That's always like her priority. So even I've seen her like chanting Hare Krishna, but she's sort of screening, what do you need? Are you hungry? Or you're hanging the clothes, you should hang it there. She keeps giving advice. I'm like, pay attention to your own chanting. So, let's go to these patterns. View, document only. It's a lot of information, but I just wanted to read one line from each. So the first pattern is attention automatically focused on what's wrong with things. These are the perfectionistic amongst us. They have an eagle eye for what's wrong, and they feel it's their responsibility to fix it. So that can become a source of distraction. Now that my mom will fit here, attention naturally goes to others or others' needs. It's like my job description to make everybody happy. And just see, if you're not aware that it is actually sort of a conditioned nature, you will use sometimes scripture to rationalize it. Well, one should have service attitude. One should be a servant of the servants. Right? That's true. And maybe if somebody actually comes and requests, it's nice to respond. But when you're chanting, that's, as we said, is the most important service. Yes. 3, attention naturally goes to what others think of me. Always sort of having a third eye on what impression am I making to other people. Or conversely, I'm always concerned with my plans, with my tasks, my accomplishment. Always looking for attention and status, being self-conscious. This is quite interesting. It's sometimes a real challenge when trying to do kirtan. You're like, oh, especially nowadays they put a camera right in front of your face. Doesn't help if that's your problem. 4, attention naturally goes to what's missing in me, in my life. That's my problem. That's my unique. Even if everything is perfect, I'll be focusing on what's missing from that ideal emotional enrichment, ecstasy. What's lacking, what's unavailable. Also, a part and parcel of that is just the reflection of always turning to my emotions. What am I feeling? Always checking with my inner states, right? Being oversensitive to that. And that can become, this was such a challenge for me years, because I give too much attention to my emotion, and immediately when it becomes dry, I feel something's wrong. Something's wrong. This is useless. I have to do something to inspire myself, But there's so much that this personality type has to learn about detachment and being beautiful. 5, attention goes to ideas and analysis. You're chanting the Hare Krishna and you sort of analyze it. What can I learn from my experience? The challenge here is that you always abstract to models and ideas and try to see how that fits with that. It's a real temptation. If you're a psychotherapist and you have a conversation with your friend, immediately you can go back into yourself and start analyzing what they're saying in terms of your models, instead of actually being with the person, with the experience you're having. So the intellectuals have a lot of problem with that. 6, attention naturally goes to what could be dangerous, what could go wrong. So these are the personality who are very preoccupied with hazard, potential danger, threats to their security, and always thinking worst case scenario thinking. Being over-prepared. So, and I have to cover all the bases, so many responsibilities, so many commitments, right? So it can become very difficult to just be there and chant. 7, attention naturally focuses on interesting possibilities. The grass is always greener on the other side. These are the really extroverted, fun-loving types. Always anticipating what I'm going to do next. Planning, imagining a better future, something better available. And it's a real paradigm shift to be here and experience the blessing that is in this moment. Attention, 8, these are the real dominant types who always focus on power and control. When they enter a sangha, they're immediately aware of the power dynamics, who has power, who doesn't have power. And as a, corollary of that, they're often too defended. A lot of tension, being tough, invulnerable, and that armory can actually prevent them from really entering a space of heartfelt prayer to the Holy Name. Right? To be able to, saying that with all compassion, I remember I was in MVT, Mayapur, and Madhvapur was in Kirtan, and there was a devotee with this particular personality, and he was raising his hands, but his whole body language was don't you dare attack me or hurt me or criticize me, I'm going to blow you off. It's this, but completely guarded attitude. Don't you dare. 9, attention focuses on not being conscious of myself. These are some people who just don't want to overthink so much about themselves. They just want to merge with the environment, not thinking too much about my pains, my emotions, my preferences, needs and talents. This can become an issue. I had a friend, I mentioned before, he after some time not being in connection with Krishna consciousness, he went to a retreat with Shachinanda Swami in Golokadam, And he said, coming so close, every night he was crying because it became too close, and it was like, and he said, and sometimes it feels like it's just more comfortable to have Krishna at arm's length. When I'm just home, I'm doing my duties, my family, the children, Krishna is a little distance away. So sometimes these personality types, they feel uncomfortable about too much like tension or going outside of comfort zone. I just want to be peaceful. That becomes like your idol. Like if real Krishna consciousness brings real peace, but here is like peace at the expense of growing, at the expense of solving conflicts. Right? So I just distract myself, just being not mindful what is happening here, disappearing. Could you recognize some of this in yourself? You might need some introspection. What did you?
Well, the analyzing one.
The analyzing one. Tell me about it. I have both. I have that and the devotional too. Benny, did you see it?
No, emotional.
Right, really. Devotional. Oh, excuse me. Devotional too?
Yeah, sometimes it's a mixture of emotion and
right.
analysis.
What was that?
Analysis also.
Analysis also. What did you see? If you like this, it's okay.
Yeah, and ideas and also emotions.
Yeah.
Past,
Right. What is that called? Like pondering past difficult experiences, for example, or if somebody told you something, you keep thinking, what did he really mean by saying that? And especially we have a tendency to make a negative interpretation, even if it was just completely harmless. Like, long time no seen. Does it mean I wasn't here enough? I'm not a good devotee? Is that what you're saying?
Where does it come from?
This is based on the Enneagram of personality types. It's Enneagram. It is I think the most complete typology in the world today, and also with a spiritual basis, because it understands that every pattern of personality grows out of fear, a fundamental fear, which is created when we're disconnected from God. It's very good. Jai, so let's stop here and see if there are any last comments or questions. I'm very proud of your persistence. May Krishna bless us all. Anything?
I'm just sometimes when I chant, like we supposed to connect with Krishna, right? So the person,
Right.
personality. But sometimes I can imagine like when I chant and I'm, for example, not so into say like talking with a person.
Right.
Then I see that I'm totally not there because I imagine that Krishna is there and that we talk, that I want to connect with him.
Right.
And then I see how distracted my mind is, that I'm totally not talking with that personality.
Sure, right.
Sometimes we just chant because it's like we say mechanical, no? Like
Yeah.
I need to chant because my spiritual master said my devotees are chanting.
Right.
But actuality, like we're supposed to connect with Krishna.
Right.
And then if, like I see sometimes that's how it will look like if I talk with Krishna, that he's here.
Right.
Hare Krishna, Krishna.
Right.
Krishna, Hare.
Exactly.
And Radha, what are you doing? I'm here. Oh, Krishna, you are here.
Right.
I'm talking with you actually. Chapatan. Oh, but I'm not actually talking with you, Krishna. Right? And like if we imagine that Krishna is here with us,
Exactly.
like a person.
Definitely. Sometimes I've seen that even though you know how to relate, sometimes because of lack of energy, you don't have that extra ability to really, so you just try to be attentive and just listen to the names, Sometimes that might be okay, I'm just paying attention, Hare Krishna. But I can really relate to that sometimes that it takes, But what, did you find, do you know like what would be because of that? Is that not knowing how to communicate, or just, you know, just forgetting about it, not even knowing that I'm not relating? What is your diagnosis of that inability to actually relate? Have you thought about it? Because there might be a reason for it.
Speaking for myself, it would be like this hardcore impersonalism or something. I mean that to be so far still from a person Krishna, I should read more Krishna Katha.
Right. That could be sometimes a thing, that if reading Krishna's book and Hare Krsna doesn't go hand with chanting the holy name, then there is like, it's a name, you know that's God, but there's no personal connection to it. Like I've seen, like when I'm like reading an hour and then I chant, it's almost like you have a whole other sense of the person. Krishna means a person. It's not just a principle, you know. There. Also, I found that the mind tends to, how to say, it's just like you buy milk and it's perishable. It has a dead end. What do they call it? Expiration date, right? So in the same way, like you can like use one inspiration, like for example, you know, reminding yourself that I'm completely spiritual, I have nothing to do with this world. That reminder, you know, that sort of key word, you know, might give you inspiration for half a round. But then your mind will go off track again. So then you need another key word to give energy for another half, you know. So you need a lot of, that's what, there's so many details here. You have to learn that, and then it becomes just one word, and you can just invoke so much information easily. So sometimes it's also a reason for not being able to maintain a connection, because I run out of content. You know, what do I mean? How do I connect? Anything else you would like to add about that? Good. Anything from this point?
I have a question regarding the analyzing bit, because certainly for me it's like, I still remember it was a very strong experience during the medals, when the Radhadesh medals was here. Amala Harinam, he was leading such a beautiful kirtan, but in my mind I was like, no, this needs to be, this is in 2 beat, but it should be in 3 beat. And I was like, so, like how would you, is there any practical pointers to get from that, you know, analytical mind, always in the mind, to that heart space? Is there anything that you can share?
Very good question. You know, sometimes it takes a little homework, like growing in self-awareness. Like for example, you see there's a thing about become aware of a pattern as you are in this case, as opposed to just having unquestioned assumptions about oneself. You know, like somebody filling a questionnaire. I had once a client, and it was like, to try to find his personality. It was like, are you a loving person? Yes, definitely. You know, and then when you ask her family, that never expresses his affection. You know, it's an idea, right? That sometimes there's a discrepancy between an idea and actual behavior, right? So a growth in sattva guna is when I can notice my actual behavior. But then, if that is psychological insight, then the next step I need to take is psychological understanding. Why am I doing this? So that can become a foundation for change of pattern if I understand why am I doing this. Why do I abstract, and why do I analyze to get insight? What does it give me? What am I looking? What am I substituting? Like I know, like something that sometimes is there is that you know, my intellectual intensity and analyzing and mastering something, for example, it could fulfill a function of giving me a sense of confidence. Like the more I develop my niche or my ability, my skill, it gives me a sense of confidence. Right? I've seen, I have a godbrother, he's a Sanskrit professor, and he's, you know, that's the only thing he talks about in relationship, because that's his area of strength. You know. So. And then the other thing I found is sometimes when I feel that this sort of a personal encounter is overwhelming, I feel triggered by people's needs, or just I feel I don't know how to handle this human stuff, right? So it's much more secure to go into my mind where I have much more control, right? So sometimes there's the vulnerability. So it's interesting to see what's happening behind the curtain. And then once I understand that, then I can gradually start to make a U-turn. So some homework for you to actually have a reason to introspect and analyze yourself. Why am I doing this? All right, let's stop here. Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare with your heart. Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Hare
That would not be proper, whatever came out. That would not be nice, whatever came out of that. Actually, like when people sing that fast, I actually do think
It's actually faster than my calculator. Sometimes I think in my head while I'm changing my around goes really fast.
loophole. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. You have to sing it with your heart. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Srila Gopinath ki jai. Prabhupada ki jai. Ki jai.
Well, thanks everyone for coming tonight. It was a little overwhelming with young people. Yeah, it was lit though. A little claustrophobic. Tomorrow is the glorious day of Sri Nityananda Triyodashi. Haribol. I said tomorrow's the glorious day.
Oh, okay.
I said glorious day, not appreciative.
Not appreciation.
Okay. No more of that. Okay, and the microphone is down.
You're just a little bit of a...
Apologies to everyone watching on the live stream. Sir, I didn't have my phone. I can see in your pocket. Sorry, I can see my phone in your pocket, sir. No other pocket? Yeah. Sorry, my phone is in there. Okay. You think I'm gonna see here?
With